being here. My name is Ryan Gore. I work in the curriculum office, but I'm not a curriculum expert. I know you guys are. So for support in the back is Ms. Ellis and Ms. Pearson. So if you have questions on standards, curriculum, they'll be your go-to folks. If you have questions on process, I can answer them all day long, but you don't want me talking about chemistry. So with that being said, I'm going to turn the floor over to National Geographic, and they're going to talk to you about chemistry and Earth space right now.
Thanks, Mr. Gore. We appreciate it. Thank you guys for coming out so early in the morning. We appreciate you serving on the committee, and we appreciate the process very much. My name is Steve Hagan. I am the local representative for the Panhandle for National Geographic Learning. We have a couple of other people with us. Gwendolyn Richards is here. She's my boss, so if y'all would say something nice about me, if you know something nice, if you don't, just make it up. And this is Beth Boland here. She is actually our science expert. She actually was out of the classroom about a year. She was science supervisor in the state of South Carolina and worked at the state level and that kind of stuff. So she brings a lot of expertise. We want to keep it real informal here. It's not a canned presentation. We're here to answer your questions. So if something comes up, you don't understand something we're saying, or if you have a question that comes up, just stop us in our tracks and make sure that we answer your questions. So that's what we're here for. As soon as we finish our presentation, you are free to go for the day. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Don't want to get shot here, but we do appreciate you guys coming so early in the morning, and like I said, we're here to answer your questions. Good.
Thank you. I just always like to thank teachers for being here as part of this process. About 8 months ago, I was sitting where you are, and I know that your plates are full, and this is one more thing that you're doing, and you have subs in your room today, I understand, and I know that doubles your load. So thank you from our entire team for your time and for the work that you'll put in. I would like to kind of have a visual of the room. Where are my chemistry folks? So we are kind of intermingled, and so everybody else is Earth. Okay, wonderful. I will kind of give you a heads up about this presentation, knowing we had a mix of content. It's interwoven when we look at the resources, so definitely don't ever tune out, and I will give you both verbal and visual cues as to something that applies to your program. And I am super excited to talk to you today about the Earth and Space Science program. It's a first edition. It's the first time that we've had National Geographic content and National Geographic Explorers in an Earth Science offering. The second thing we'll be talking about is the world of chemistry. And for the world of chemistry, you're going to see that hallmark problem-solving methodology that made the author, Zumdahl, made that name synonymous with chemistry. Both of these programs are on the same platform. It's our MindTap Learning Digital Resource. And so everything you see here today, you're going to be able to access on that platform. You'll find that your students will have the opportunity online to both deepen their content knowledge and their inquiry skills. I know that there are probably two questions that are popping out in your mind as you begin your evaluation. One is standards correlation. So let me assure you, our programs both are correlated to the Florida State Academic Standards, the best ELA and math standards where appropriate. And where will you find the standards? As you open the hard copies, and I would encourage you, you've got the bags in front of you. There's nothing better than using this time and starting to dig in. So whether you're a chemistry teacher or an earth teacher, you'll find those standards at the beginning of that hard copy text, and of course everything is online as well. And then you'll also find the correlations within each chapter at point of use. I do want to point something out. And here, I promised you we would have some visual cues. I've put the cover of the book with some page numbers if you want to follow along as we go. One really powerful thing you're going to see about the standards, when you open up and you look at the contents for each chapter, there is going to be a correlation for every activity in reading. And the other thing you might notice is there may be an H called out right next to one of those assignments. That's where that content is going to support honors instruction. And again, that's going to occur in both the chemistry and the earth science. Now, let me make a caveat. If you're looking at chapter 7 and you don't see an H, it's because that particular chapter did not have an H called out, so that's why I went ahead and pulled your chapter 1 for that resource. Now, the other questions teachers have is, hey, how easy is it to get these programs rolling? Let me assure you, we employ a wonderful team of digital solutions specialists that will be sure things work in August when you're ready to roll. We do partner with ClassLink, and so that means you'll have that single sign-on with no passwords for both teacher and your students. I want to pause and talk a little bit about how these programs were developed. Our team met with teachers like yourselves, and when they did, certain things came out. And I could have probably asked you at the beginning of this presentation, what's important to you as a teacher? And I hope what you're going to hear is going to reflect what you're thinking. First of all, we realized that we had to create a program that was accessible to every student that sits in your classroom. It needed to be rigorous, but because time is such an issue for teachers, it had to be easy to use. Secondly, we are acknowledging that it's hard to grasp that interest from students. They are so used to being on their cell phones, clicking away, getting that instant gratification, that we really have to make an effort to grab their interest. And lastly, teachers need a trusted partner, and we'll talk a little bit more about what that looks like when you adopt us later in the presentation. Now, we know as science people that 5E instructional model is research-based, and it's really where most programs are going. But here's what I want you to take away from this slide. And I do happen to have, this is the earth science pathway, just as an example. The chemistry, of course, you're seeing that cover down in the bottom right corner, follows the same plan. Here's your takeaway. Look at all of the resources available under each phase of learning. So you have an anchoring phenomena, you have explorer videos, on-assignment photo lessons, case studies, the opportunity to analyze data, hands-on investigations, and chapter performance tasks. And that's just to highlight a few as we go through that learning pathway. Now, I've looked at the Florida standards. Wow, y'all have a lot of content to teach, and it's a challenge. And so let's be real. You got to figure out how you're going to plan your time when you're face-to-face with your students. I just want to say, be sure when you go on our review site that you check out the scope and sequence. You'll be provided with the pacing for both the lessons and then any hands-on activities to kind of help you figure out what your day would look like for a lesson. Let's go ahead and dig right into some of those things that as educators I think you're going to find very powerful. The first that I'm going to point out, and again, this is both of the programs, you're going to find that differentiated support. If you happen to have the teacher edition open, and I would love for you to, not only open the student edition, open the teacher edition. You'll find that it's this wraparound edition. These support pieces are going to be right at point of use on the page. So you'll find differentiated instruction to support your English language learners, your striving readers, and also your students that are excelling in the content. So let me pull some materials from the chemistry program. On the right, I bring this up, we talk about differentiation, and sometimes when you do a review and you're having to look at so much material, it's overwhelming. I want you to be sure you find the review worksheets, because as you can see there, we've already scaffolded those for you. You've got basic, standard, and challenge review worksheets. And another thing you might want to look for are the team learning worksheets. The focus of those activities is to get students talking to each other. So rather than sitting down doing kill and drill, students just using an algorithm to spit out a number, it really focuses on that student discussion. Now, throughout as well, you're going to find support for the practices of science. And really in earth science, you're at such a large scale so often, and with chemistry, you can be at such a small scale. This is just an example of how you support modeling. You also will find support in that teacher wraparound. They're color-coded if you haven't noticed. So this one would support you and your students in identifying patterns in data. You'll also see connections to other areas of science and other content areas. Now, chemistry people, tell me, how's the math going for your students in chemistry? What are you seeing?
Depends on what level they previously had before they showed up and learned.
Yeah, so you're seeing a lot of this.
Yeah, like so our pre-IB at Choctaw is like our honor, is like the honors chemistry of the other schools.
Uh-huh.
But like if the kids aren't usually concurrently in Algebra 2, then there's a good chance a good bit of them will struggle, even with just like the basic math and understanding
Yes.
of the concepts in terms of like dimensional analysis and being able to understand how when you don't have a specific formula
Yes.
or even rearranging
Yeah.
Gauss laws is always fun.
Yeah, just manipulating the variables in the equation. And I will tell you, when I taught chemistry, it was the same thing. And I always go back to the first year I taught chemistry, and I was amazed at the grades at the end of the quarter, and I thought, oh boy, this is not good. And it was the math. So let me share with you a tool that I really wish I had had when I taught chemistry. So online, you're going to find a downloadable math review. Now you can print these worksheets and answer key, but here is what is super powerful. On the digital platform, there's an auto-graded math review. And I think back, if I had given this auto-graded math review at the beginning of the year and picked up on the fact that no, my children cannot manipulate variables in an equation, dimensional analysis was kind of a bad word to them, they didn't understand scientific notation, and I really had to do some teaching there. So how about this being given as a pre-assessment, and you identify those areas in math where they're going to need extra support? Well, we didn't just say, okay, here's a tool to help you identify those areas. We've given you a toolkit. And what you're going to see here are some of those big topics that they really need to understand to master chemistry content. So it starts out with a lesson. They're provided an example, and then they're provided a practice problem set, again, so that they can go in and understand the chemistry content and apply those math skills. There's also available a reading toolkit, and it is designed specifically to help them read your chemistry textbook, like reading a chemical equation. Reading chemical symbols. I will never forget, I had a student one time read something to me and said, hey, Miss B, what's NaCl? And it took me, you get it? It took me a few seconds, and I'm like, NaCl. So it really does address some of those things that your students struggle with. Now, we should all write books, for sure. Online, I think there are 21 chapters in our chemistry book, and you're going to find about 18 questions per chapter where students, when they select an answer, will get very specific feedback on that item. So again, it's a great way for students to practice and work toward mastery. Now, as we move into the text, and here, again, you're going to see the same features in chemistry and earth. I'm moving into content here, and I just want you to be assured that as you move through content in that chapter, there are going to be multiple opportunities for that formative assessment. And what I'd like to call your attention to here is look at the verbs that we're using. We're asking them to use evidence, to explain, to relate, to synthesize. So again, it's rigorous and it matches your standard. Well, I know that I'm sitting with science people. We know that hands-on is important. So I hear you guys have an unlimited science budget, right? Yeah, so here's where the rubber hits the road. In both programs, actually, you're going to find a couple of mini labs, typically per chapter. The beautiful things about these mini labs, the earth science ones run probably 15 to 25 minutes. And that cabinet that you have in your room somewhere where you stash stuff, and I know you have one somewhere, these activities use those common everyday materials so that you're not spending money out of your pocket to do the hands-on activities with your students. Now, you'll also have an entire lab manual with both of these programs. Talk to me about teacher turnover. Are you seeing a lot of turnover in your schools? Sorta, kinda. I see some grins. How about teachers that are coming into our field maybe as a second career? A lot of that? Yeah, so, and how about just teachers that have been around for a long time and we have multiple preps and time is an issue. When you open up these labs, there are a couple of things I want you to be sure to notice. You've got advanced preparation, especially for a teacher new to the field. That's going to be very important. How do I set up this lab? But probably even more important, check out the facilitating the investigation. It's almost a script for, hey, this is how you launch this activity. It'll even kind of give you those pieces for classroom management in terms of arranging your groups. My favorite thing about the lab manual is that it actually comes with sample data. Perhaps I shouldn't admit this, but there were times when I ran short on time and instead of doing the lab myself for the first time, okay, y'all can admit, come on, you ever did this? You did it with your students for the first time? Yeah, thank y'all for being honest and making me not feel like a terrible teacher. You've got that sample data so that you're not having that question, gosh, you know, did they actually follow the procedure and is this really what they were supposed to get? Another great thing about this is that let's say, you know, you're running a little short on time. You can always provide your students with the sample data and let them dig into that and do the analysis and still have a very rich learning experience. You'll also have all the handouts and the worksheets for the students in that lab manual associated with each lab. Again, pointing out, you'll find the blue boxes in the chemistry book with, again, these little mini labs are just hands-on where they're able to utilize a manipulative to master content. I do want you to be sure you spend a little time in that chemistry lab manual. There are 4 special long-term projects and they're very much application. So the one that I'm calling out today is what is the best design for meal ready to eat? So obviously we're looking at exothermic and endothermic reactions. And what you're gonna find in that lab manual first, you're gonna find a letter to students. So all of that thinking you have to do about a project has been done for you. In that letter, you're gonna find all the criteria and the constraints for the project. As you move through, you'll notice that the objectives, they are very stepwise and laid out and planned in a very concise manner so that students move through the project. There's a self-reflection rubric. I know that when I was in the classroom and when I was working with teachers, one of the things that is really hard to do is get students to think about their own learning. We know that it's a powerful metacognitive strategy, and so you've got that piece right there for students to participate in that activity. You'll also, of course, have your teacher rubrics. So again, there are 4 large-scale hands-on projects in your World of Chemistry laboratory guide. Of course, you also have, very similar to what I just showed with the Earth program, you will have additional labs per chapter with all of the same attributes that we spoke about earlier. You'll find correlations to the PhET virtual labs for our chemistry program. I do want to call out for our Earth Science teachers, in that program, per chapter, you're going to find the opportunity for students to participate in data analysis. I know that I would ask juniors to graph some data for me. And I mean, y'all know how it is. The first time, yes, I get the grins. Why? Because they can't identify the variables. The data is on the graph. It's all scrunched down in the bottom corner, and you're thinking, there's no way in the world I can tell what you're trying to tell me here. So in every chapter, you're going to find this activity where you've got multiple data sets so that they can identify patterns and really buff up those skills, and then also use the mathematical practices. Another feature that I want to point out in the Earth program, and we have case studies in the chemistry program as well, and they're really targeted at getting students to talk to each other and to engage in critical thinking. And here, this particular example from the Earth Science program, I need you to hear, it's directly related to chapter content, the work of the explorer. It starts at the beginning of the chapter, and students refer back to it throughout the chapter. And then we wrap it up at the end in a tying it all together activity where we add another layer of information for those students so they really have exposure to the content in many different ways. Again, you'll see with these tying it all together activities that rubrics have already been created for you. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Earth and Space Science. As a teacher, it's hard when you're thinking about phenomena. How do I make this work? How do I make this relatable to students? And so I'm going to show you in a minute the opening to a unit. The phenomena begins at the chapter. You don't have to be able to read this, but what I want you to see is that we introduce the phenomena in the engage phase. And all I did here, I went throughout the chapter and said, how many times do we intentionally bring the students back to that phenomena? And so here you're seeing all those connections. And then of course, at the end of the chapter, you're going to see that that phenomenon is revisited. Now, both programs, you're going to find chapter reviews, of course, and chapter summaries. And one thing that I will highlight for the Earth Science program are the performance tasks. I know that they're very hard to write. It takes a lot of time, but it's really the way we do need to be assessing science to be sure that we are assessing the 3 dimensions. I want to point out in the chemistry program, we employ visual learning specialists to ensure that every chart, graph, call out not only pulls the learner's eye, but really helps them with the conceptual understanding. I really love the visuals in the chemistry that summarize what students should get out of a chapter. And then of course, I am pointing out here too in the upper right-hand corner of the slide, the print resources that you have available, and there is a chapter review there in Spanish for your students. In addition to the formative assessments we've talked about so far, in your bag, you're going to find assessment handbooks. You'll find a mixture of item types from multiple choice matching to free response, really designed at seeing if your students have retained that content. In the Earth Science book, I mentioned a moment ago those performance tasks. You'll find those printed there as well with the associated worksheets that your students would need. Now, in addition to the assessments that we've talked about, the formative and that assessment handbook, you're going to have access to the Cognera test generator, of course, both in Earth and in chemistry. Have y'all ever used ExamView? Okay. Yeah, we laugh. So I give you, we'll talk later about that. So I want you to think about ExamView, but on steroids, a much more robust program. And so what you will be able to do is you can pull from an existing test bank. Of course, you can edit those questions. You can edit the STEM, the answer choices. If you have a chart or a graph you want to drop in, you're like, hey, that's a pretty good question, but let me add a little to it. You can certainly do that. You can also author your own questions. It will pull up a template here with all of those different item types. So that if you've been teaching a while and you have some items that are tried and true, you can certainly add those. Of course, you can print the test. You can print multiple versions for the creativity that can sometimes happen on test day, if you know what I mean. And another use that I'm hearing is IEPs are requiring a limit of 3 answer choices for multiple choice. It's so easy to just say, give me 3 answers here. It can be administered online as well as printed. You will have access to standards proficiency reports. You see kind of there's a heat map there. You can run that standards report either by student or by entire class to kind of figure out where you are. Now, I want to take you on a quick tour of the digital learning resource. Even though this is earth science, my chemistry people, it looks the same. You see a table of contents style navigation in both programs. Be sure you scroll all the way down to the bottom, and here you're going to find the teacher lab manual in whole, the assessment handbook, and other materials that you'd probably want to access that way during your review. As you dig in, you're going to see, we'll hit on some of these resources shortly, like the case study. There's the Chapter 7 investigation at point of use. The video libraries are great to just keep open at your desk because you're going to see that we have a wealth of those. And then, of course, that's where you're going to find your lecture notes as well. Now, what if you teach material in a different order? Can I rearrange it online? Absolutely, very, very easy. Here, I just drag and drop and it's rearranged. I can hide any content in the student course until I'm ready for them to see it. And making assignments is simply a click of a button. You check the box, and then let's look and see what it looks like as a student. So when I view this as a student, this is the student dashboard, and so those are the current assignments. I'm going to go into that Chapter 1 opener and show you a couple of the online features. The text can be read to students, and they have the tools to do highlighting. Now, they can only have what is highlighted read, or it will read the whole page. They can place bookmarks and make notes. Everything is then saved in the study hub, and teachers are saying sometimes they use this as a study guide for their students. It can be printed. Sometimes when you have a student with an IEP that requires notes be sent home, that's another way of meeting the requirements of that IEP. Everything, again, will be saved in your grade book, and you can easily launch your ebook from this main platform. Pointing out again, downloadable, editable PowerPoint notes for both programs. So we've hit on some of those things that we need as teachers. Well, how is it that we're going to captivate our students? This is the unit opener for Earth Science. And what you see here, it's a quick bird's eye view of, hey, these are the phenomena that are used in each of the chapters. And so students will gather evidence to explain those phenomena. You also are introduced to the unit's explorers on that unit opener. Both of our programs provide access to National Geographic Explorers. And I think when you look at these photos, you can see your students are going to find an explorer that looks like them, and they're going to be able to identify themselves as a scientist. These explorers, they're experts in their field, and I hate to use this word, and y'all hopefully appreciate the pun. They're phenomenal. They really are. And the cool thing is they're going to take careers that your students never thought of, and all of a sudden they're going to open up a world of possibilities. So this is the opening for Unit 3 in our Earth Science program. And so of course you see the wonderful photography. And I want to point out, again, that teacher support is great. How do I pique my students' interest? How do I connect them to prior learning? And as we move into Chapter 7 in the Earth program, this is actually an image that is a result of the Paleo Map Project. It was in the 2018 National Geographic magazine. Again, look at the support for teachers. How do we get students to drive the learning? And so you see the support there for generating student questions. Now, this next piece that I want to show you, it shows you how you're really going to harness the power of National Geographic. So as we're looking at that map, we're going to hear from one of our National Geographic experts.
So why are some of the world's largest and deepest lakes found here in East Africa? Because they fill parts of one of the world's most amazing formations, the Great Rift Valley. The Great Rift Valley isn't one seamless formation. It's a series of connected rift valleys that have been forming for about 30 million years and are still forming today because Africa's tectonic plates are moving apart.
You may have noticed the closed captioning. I was watching the news the other day, and apparently it's not just old people like me that can't hear that like the closed captioning. Apparently this is a thing with our young folks. So not only for accessibility, but just kind of meeting our students where they're interested. So you have the closed captioning and the transcript option on those videos. Each chapter, be it chemistry or earth, is going to have an Explorers at Work feature. And students will really get to visit around the world and see the work that explorers are doing and understand the variety of methodologies that we can use as scientists. And you will hear directly from these explorers.
Just before 5 p.m. on January 12, 2010, a magnitude 7.0 earthquake shook the island nation of Haiti. Over the next 12 days, more than 50 aftershocks would follow, reaching magnitudes as great as 4.5. I actually went to Haiti and used GPS to measure the displacements from the earthquake. In all, 250,000 homes and 30,000 commercial buildings were damaged or destroyed by these tremors. How did this violent upheaval happen? I'm National Geographic explorer D. Sarah Stamps. As a geophysicist, I study what goes on inside our planet and what happens at the surface. To understand phenomena such as earthquakes, we need to consider a working model of our planet's interior.
Let me tell you what you didn't see there. You didn't see the 70s leisure suits when you're looking for science content. You're like, yeah, the content's good. You try to show it, and then immediately classroom disruption because that's what they're focusing on. And did you hear? She actually used the word phenomena, and then we're looking at a model. And of course, the video goes on, and I've only shown you a snippet. Again, highlighting, you're going to see these same features in chemistry. I didn't want you to feel left out. And so here we're looking at limestone, and this chapter opener, they're basically looking at the chemical makeup of limestone. They are provided with the pre-reading questions to really almost focus your learning. They're almost your learning objectives for the chapter. This program, of course, highlighting some of the beautiful photography from National Geographic. You're going to have exploring engineering features in this chemistry program, and here these explorers show your students, hey, how is it that I use chemistry as an engineer? And you'll also have the Explorers at Work. Again, how is it that we're using chemistry in research around the world? The career connection is there. One of the things that I struggled with when I taught chemistry is what my students thought chemists did. And that was, who do they envision? Yeah, the white guy in a lab coat with crazy hair. And chemists only work in labs. And so I really appreciate that relevance there and real world connection. The other question that I got asked a lot when I taught chemistry was why do I need to know this? This is why you need to know this. Throughout each chapter, you're going to find multiple examples of chemistry in your world. You'll also have on-assignment features. And again, yes, the picture is beautiful, but what's the intent behind the picture? Here we're looking at a lava pool, but teachers are directed, as you're showing this image, hey, how does this relate to plate tectonics? As students dive into the chapter, I know that vocabulary is important for science. The key terms are called out at the beginning of the chapter. They'll appear in bold. They're built into images. You'll also find that formative checkpoint for learning as you go through those chapters. Again, I wanted to point out the intentionality of the diagrams for the conceptual understanding, and once again, just another example of the teacher support for the nature of science. Let's talk chemistry a minute. How many of you have ever used the AP Zumdahl book? Yeah, so in the AP book, it's a 3-step process. For here, we're scaffolding it a little bit to be 4. But what you're going to see is that same emphasis on why does my answer make sense, which is really important for our students to be able to articulate. And you'll find the color-coded examples to really take them through each step. I love the blue boxes. Look for those. It takes the content and it really boils it down to, hey, these are the important things you need to know. Again, looking at that visual literacy, yet another example to help students understand content and conceptualize. This is just an example on the side of something that they might do in the lab. Embedded in both of the programs at point of use, when students are online, they can click on videos, they can click on simulations, and it takes that one-dimensional text and it really brings it to life. So let's talk a little bit about the support that will be there for you. I mentioned earlier that we had digital learning specialists that will make sure everything works at the beginning of the year, which is super important. And let's talk about the training. We offer in-person trainings, and if you need follow-up, we can come back in and do some virtual training. And let me say this, it's for the lifetime of the adoption. If I have any department heads in here, I know when I was a department chair, I would get in a new teacher and I would have to do that. So please know, we're here to partner with you throughout. This is the most powerful thing I can leave with you about our training. Let's say you come to a training and you're like, golly, you know, I remember they showed me this, but I can't quite remember how to get there. You can sign up on a calendar for a one-on-one. Typically, and I'll tell you, when I worked in my district, it was quicker than this, no longer than 2 days. You get on, you ask your one question, and then you're back to teaching. Already in place, if you're one of those people that just, like, I like to learn by myself, I'd rather watch a video, all of these for our programs that have almost anything you could think to do within our online platform or program, they've already been created for you. I know that this is the beginning of a long day for you and you're going to feel like you're drinking from a fire hydrant, but I hope what you've pulled away is that there's some really unique experiences here that our programs offer that are going to position your kids to be college and career ready. Now, I want to be sure that you're ready and make sure that you have been able to navigate our review site. Has anybody been there yet, or have you had the opportunity to visit the review site? Not yet? Okay, that is perfectly all right. So what I will probably do, time permitting, is I'm going to pull it up. But chemistry people, I need to tell you a little hint when you do your review. When you launch the course, you'll just click launch. When you do, over to the right, and this is chem only, not earth, you'll find your course resources. And right here, you're going to find the instructor companion site. All of those worksheets, PowerPoints, instructor manuals, you can find them there. They're also on the platform, but I always like to take shortcuts and everything's kind of in one place, and then you can jump back into the platform by launching the course right here. So I do have the QR code here, but you also have it at your table. And what you may want to do is let's go ahead and access that site.
What's the name of the site? So I
So,
happen to have like the URL, all these.
oh, yes. Okay, yes.
Can I access it from here, or do I need to go a different way?
Nope, that's exactly, all of our programs are on that site. So if y'all will give me just a sec, oh gosh, this is a challenge. There we go. Let's see if I can, oh, I can't copy and paste. All right, Gwen, I may get you to call it out to me. This is a little difficult to navigate from. Say again?
Just go online. It's NGL.
Yeah, I'm trying. I can't see the.
Because you really have to navigate it on that screen.
Yes. So, all right. Where's my search bar? Oops, guess mode. All right. Yes, now if you'll read it to me.
.cengage.com.
Oh gosh, I hit the mouse. This is very difficult. There you go. Okay, cengage.com.
/FL-science.
Thank you. Okay, so once you get here, what you're going to do is you're going to click on your view materials. And this is a page that I would spend some time on because as you are inundated with information, you can easily go back here. There's the components list. Hey, what comes with the adoption? If you need to look again, there's actually a program overview video for all of our offerings, or a program overview guide if you're really more visual and just want a hard copy to look at. You're going to want to look at this digital walkthrough. Basically what that does for you is takes you step by step through the platform saying, hey, look at this, so you don't miss anything important. Here's where you're going to access that platform. Be sure you pick up the password right here. It is Florida Programs. It is the same for the earth and the chemistry. And so you're going to click, you're going to give it the password. Oh, geez. Steve and Gwen, y'all might have to help me. Did I get all the bicycles?
Oh my goodness, yeah, well, go ahead and try the bicycle again.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
Verify.
Oh,
Gotta keep us square.
don't y'all hate these?
Okay, well, there you go, verify.
I overanalyze everything. I'm like, well, is that a bus?
Florida programs, yeah,
P and program's supposed to be capitalized.
Oh my gosh.
thank you.
Thank y'all. Okay, get started.
There you go.
There we go. All right. So, again, when you get in, be sure this is what I was talking about with the instructor companion site there. Be sure you go there. Otherwise, you're just going to launch the course. And let me assure you, you have been provided with the whole entire program. This isn't just like one chapter for you to look at. Everything is there. And again, your navigation is right here. Very easy. I did some trainings with teachers in August. Within 30 minutes, they absolutely were not listening to me because it was so easy to use that they were going ahead and planning their year and making assignments. So I assure you, it is super, super easy to use. I know that we're running very short on time. Are there any questions that I can answer?
Thank you, Beth. You guys should have samples at your schools. If you do not, reach out to us and we'll make sure that you get those. If you want samples for a colleague or something like that, if you need extras, then feel free to let us know. And we would be glad to get those for you. Any questions, comments? Well, thank you guys for your time and thank you for serving on the committee, and we appreciate very much your time.
I want to thank National Geographic. So we will take a break. So if you want to get up and stretch your legs, use the restroom, we will reconvene at 8:30, and it'll be chemistry and physics for the next one. Thank you. Got 8:30, so we'll go ahead and reconvene. We now have with us Pasco to discuss chemistry and physics, so I will turn the floor over to him.
Okay, well, good morning. Chilly morning. I'm in Jupiter, so a little cooler here. Not much, but okay. So let me go ahead and jump right in. Got a couple of things going on here. I hope you received your packet. Anybody not get a packet for the physics or for the chemistry? I brought some extra. You should have got. What do you need? Physics?
Just don't have it right here. Chemistry.
Chemistry? And you should have received books. Yes?
I'm sure it's in the.
Whoops. Yeah.
Yes,
I'm
that
sorry.
was
That's
cool. Yes.
slipping out there. Okay. Yes, that's beautiful. That's a great segue. That's why the ebooks are great, right? Okay, let me put that. Okay, so real quick, I'll do a quick intro just so you know where I'm coming from. I just said Jupiter, but no. 31 years teaching in Palm Beach County, public school, 15, 16, independent school, adjunct at university, physics, chemistry, as department chair several times, so you know how that goes. Any department chairs in here? You teach whatever's left over, right? You're teaching this, okay. So did that for a long time. Using Pasco equipment for about 25 years. As a teacher, I did workshops for them. And then about 4 years ago, my youngest graduated, and I said, what am I going to do now? And called Pasco, and the gentleman who was doing my job is now the president of the company, Rich Briscoe. He's a Florida guy, and I called him, so I started January 2019 full-time. So I am the Florida, Georgia, Alabama, and also New York, I'm originally from New York, representative. So any issues you have, anything you have, I'm here for you, as far as textbook, equipment, etc. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. So I've been in the classroom, like I said, quite a while, so I understand. And I talked to my colleagues. I would not have made it through COVID, I don't think, at all. So I don't know how you guys did it, but hats off to you. Okay, so the physics and chemistry are very similar, obviously, for several reasons. But instead of going back and forth for time constraints, I'll probably just focus on some of the physics, just because I've used that more in my classroom than the chemistry. The only difference you'll see on the ebook is that they pull out the labs on a separate e-lab book for chemistry. Other than that, in physics, they embedded the labs right in the book. But all the tools are identical, everything else is identical. There really is not, just as far as content, is the difference between the two subjects. That's it. Okay. So like I said, the beauty here is that we have not only the two textbooks, the hard textbooks and the ebooks, but as you know, physics, chemistry, most of your sciences, right, are best learned by doing. I was involved with modeling physics for many years. Any modeling physics, chemistry folks? Okay. Anyway, it's a program that basically reinforces the idea that to learn or to engage in physics and chemistry, you should be doing labs, right? Labs are at the core of it. So a textbook is great. I know many a professor that just, teach to the book, as they say, textbook. But research shows that, of course, any activity is hands-on, very focused, very content-driven lab activities will lead to deeper understanding, as well as not so much reliance on the textbook in the classroom, more for additional reading, research for the students outside of classroom. So modeling physics does the labs up front, and then from the labs we derive all the new terms and that kind of thing. Our textbooks fit right in perfectly with that. In fact, one of the authors went through the modeling physics program, the AP 1 and 2 physics exam. Anyone teaching AP physics? The 1 and 2 exam has become more and more like the modeling program, asking those deep questions. Describe, tell me how. They ask you to create a lab activity that would describe how acceleration is affected by weight or whatever. So the students have to write that out. So how are you going to do that if you've never done a lab? So with that said, we combine a powerful textbook, ebook, with equipment for almost the same price as some of the publishers of this thicker, maybe, textbook. So that's the beauty. I won't get too much into equipment today. I brought a couple of pieces of equipment. I'll leave a few minutes at the end for questions if you have questions about equipment packages. With chemistry, we pretty much have the one package here. This is what we recommend. There's an extension to it, but for chemistry, that would be the one on the right, this one. And then on the left, we have two options for physics. So I don't want to talk about equipment today as much as I do the content, obviously, of the textbooks. Okay, so I think between you have an ebook, you have a lab book, and you have equipment, and you've got simulations. So for me to bounce around with that in on those medium platforms would be very clumsy. So if you don't mind, there is a 10-minute video. I'm not going to show the whole thing. I'll maybe show like 3 or 4 minutes. And Heidi, who is also another Florida person, she's our head of curriculum for Pasco. And she is out in California, in Roseville, and has a lot to do with our curriculum, obviously. She has not an author of this book, but she has been working with other resources. So she does a great job giving you kind of an overview. This should be in your packet. If you hadn't had a chance to look at it, I highly recommend it. It does a great job because there are a lot of different media you're bouncing back and forth in. And as you know, it's a little clumsy sometimes, especially when I'm not on my computer. So I'm going to go to that video. And then maybe if you see something on there, you can ask a question. This is informal, guys. If you have a question, just go ahead and you can ask me. That's if you want to save it to the end, that's fine too. But, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. All right. So without further ado, let's go to the video.
Digital transformation. This transformation is not just about adapting to modern technologies, it's about redefining the way we teach, learn, and access information. Pasco's core curriculum resources will now provide single sign-on access through ClassLink, Clever, and Google School-level accounts. Additionally, Pasco will have Learning Tool Interoperability, also known as LTI integration, for Schoology, Blackboard, Canvas, and Google Classroom learning management systems. For schools without learning management systems, access to these resources will be available through a single user password via all modern browsers. Pasco has partnered with EdCredible to support Florida districts that utilize the tool for their local instructional materials reviews. Within the platform, you can access Pasco's Core Questions rubric for detailed information related to the needs and requirements for your teachers and students. Districts can also find correlation information and program details specific to Florida at the link below. Essential Physics is 100% aligned to the Florida's physics coursework, including Florida's state academic standards for science, mathematics thinking and reasoning standards, and English language arts expectations. This alignment ensures that students are exposed to essential content and skills, which helps to maintain consistency in education across the state. Nature of Science benchmarks are embedded within the curriculum to ensure that they are not taught in isolation. These disciplines complement and enhance the learning experience for students and help them gain a deeper understanding of science concepts. Essential Physics does this through hands-on experiments utilizing our award-winning SparkView software and equipment packages. Also, you will find resources for scientific argumentation, writing in technical subjects, and engineering design projects. These practical experiences reinforce theoretical knowledge and encourage students to explore their interests in STEM fields. Each chapter starts with problem-centered connections to life that are relevant to students' lives, sparking their curiosity and interest. When students can see the direct connections between what they are learning and everyday experiences, they're more likely to engage with the subject matter. Formative assessments are found throughout the student ebook and provide accessible solutions that help students gain confidence in their learning. Summative assessments are made easy with the Infinite Test Bank. Our test bank supports exporting in QTI format for auto-grading in your learning management system. Pasco's Physics Academy, included with the Digital Teacher Resource Package, offers various features and benefits for teachers and students in the context of physics education. Physics Academy offers sustainable professional development opportunities for teachers by providing ongoing support and training for educators to enhance their teaching skills and knowledge in physics. Teachers have access to the Physics Academy for the life of the adoption. The Academy covers 25 physics topics. Resources include teacher preparation videos for labs that help teachers prepare for the physics lessons, which can be valuable for enhancing their instructional abilities. Students are provided with a video resource that assists them in collecting data, which is a fundamental aspect of experimental physics. After data collection, if the teacher chooses, students can access a follow-up video that delves deeper into the analysis of the data they have gathered. This aids in enhancing their understanding of the scientific process. Pasco Physics Academy, as part of the Digital Teacher Resource Package, is a comprehensive resource for teachers and students in physics education, offering sustainable support, tools, and materials to enhance the learning experience.
Hi, I'm JJ Plank, and I'd like to introduce you to Pasco's new Essential Physics.
Okay, JJ. All right, let me get out of here. And I guess I have to, let's get rid of that. Okay, so, any questions from this short clip? Okay, all right. So what I could do, what I would like to do, I should say, is go through a couple of the things that Heidi mentioned about the book, and then I know some of you have the book in front of you, flipping through it. Show you some of the key things that are different, I think, than most textbooks. And number one, with our ebook, I'll say this up front. I taught at an independent school for several years, and those students are just so, I guess the word is stressed, right? They got practice, they got this, they got that, so much homework. And they like the idea that both books can be read to them, and they can download it on their smartphone. So they're waiting for the bus to come after a little cross game or what have you. They're not going to open up their textbook, the physics textbook, right? Start reading chapter 7 because they have a test tomorrow. But they'll pop their earbuds in, listen to it, read to them, paragraph by paragraph on their smartphone. So they like that. The students like that. They also like the feedback from the quiz, and I'll show you some of the quizzes they can take. They get feedback from the quizzes right there. If they retake it again, it changes the numbers around, gives them new problems to solve. So that, the ease of use, they really enjoy that. I mentioned AP. This is not an AP textbook, as you know. However, I use it as a supplemental book in my AP class. As I said, because the AP 1 and 2 has become very conceptual, and this book really does a nice job addressing those issues. So it's more for a regular honors level. And then, as you'll see in the presentation here, there's different levels of difficulty indicated at the questions by Chili Peppers. So 1, Chili Peppers, kind of like a regular class. 2, maybe honors. 3, maybe sort of borderline AP. And you'll see that in the questions as they go through them. So Heidi did mention the curriculum, and again, the standards. It's easy to just click and view. All you do is click on what standard it is, and it takes you to the textbook of where that standard is being met and how it's being met. So very easy to go through and figure out where your standards are, which ones are being met. Teacher resources. We have been giving out like 2-3 month trials for these ebooks, and the teachers I be saying, look, you can go ahead and download those resources. There's PDFs, as you can see, Word docs. They're not copyrighted, they're editable. So we want people to have our curriculum. It's designed to go with the labs and the equipment too. So that's all there. You can download any of those documents. The teacher resources in that side panel are all available. Okay, so I want to mention that. Activities, okay, I'm trying to. So differentiated learning, we have several activities. There are different ways of approaching. We have different levels for the labs. We have a very structured lab, write-up. Then we have a guided inquiry. Then we have a full inquiry. So depending on the style of teaching that you do, or maybe the goal you want to set in that one unit, you can present a lab in different levels of inquiry levels. Of course, the pictures are great, but they do get the students thinking about the content. Here they're talking about evaporation, and you see an athlete perspiring. The student materials, like I said, their labs are all Word docs and PDFs, and you could download those, print those. We also have a separate lab manual if you'd like hard copies of these. But I think the electronic copies are much better. You can tailor them and make them your own. Like most experienced teachers, after a while, you start doing your own thing with the labs, right? So they are there. And of course, all the images go with our equipment, or in this case, whatever it is, a cup of water. We have all kinds of different strategies. We have crossword puzzles, we have vocab, we have other types of differentiated learning. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So back to the Chili Peppers there. I mentioned Chili Peppers. You can see 1, 2, 3 Chili Peppers. I don't expect you to read through all that, but basically it increases in level of difficulty. So those students looking for a little more, you could say, all right, let's try a 3 Chili Pepper. And I don't know, extra credit or whatever you want to do. But those seem to be very engaging. There's also, you'll see it in here in a little bit, there's a little tab that says more. So if a student's looking for taking a certain topic and stretching it out a little further, you click on more, and many times there's additional activities. There are ideas for science projects, that kind of thing. Of course, STEM, STEAM, STREAM, I don't know what we call it in your district, but I heard a singer do a little thing on all the different acronyms in education, right? It's crazy. But of course, physics, chemistry is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So we have links to that, and those tabs will take you through. I don't have time to go through those tabs, but those tabs are really nice. And I'll bring up the live textbook here in a second. The icons are very carefully created so that you understand what they are. You can see lab activities, videos, what have you. If you're in the beginning of the book and you click on lab investigations, you'll see all the labs for the entire book. If you're in a chapter and you click on the same icon, you will see just the labs for that unit. So they have clearly done that. Okay. And you can see some of the topics. Of course, I'm using physics here, but the topics are your typical topics that you discuss in most chemistry and physics classes. In this case here, this is temperature and thermal energy. The materials, the images are all laid out so that you can copy and paste them into your own lab if you wanted to do that. Like I said, I'm not going to discuss equipment too much, just to say that Pasco started as an physics equipment company and moved out to all the different subject areas, and then later on doing the textbook. So the equipment all ties in nicely, and you can see the question up there, the inquiry question, what's the difference between thermal energy and temperature? And these these key questions really get the students thinking. I know part of the modeling program, and I did with chemistry, we have a fast response temp sensor. I didn't bring it with me, but it's a little nylon wire, basically a little tip on the end, and you can separate from the sensor. And I put it in a ice cube tray, put water in it, put it in the freezer overnight, come back in, first day of class for chemistry. Put the ice cube in the beaker on a hot plate, got the temp sensor going. First question, can you heat up an ice cube? I mean, this is like honors chemistry. Yeah, sure. Okay, so you'll see the temperature rise then, right? Yeah. So of course we're watching it. I mean, it wasn't that much of the ice cube left before it finally raised the temperature. So little things like that, the equipment allows you to do that. And that's the beauty of it, because you get those questions, and now they're empowered with the equipment to actually test different things. So that's the beauty of having those both integrated together. These are different tabs. So on the top is the physics, on the bottom is the chemistry. You can see very similar icons, but you do see here there's a lab. So the only difference for the chemistry is that there's a separate lab icon, if you will, and it brings you to a separate electronic chemistry lab manual. It's just the way they decide to do the books. Other than that, some of the same. So if students are taking maybe chemistry first, I don't know how you don't do physics first, do you here, 9th grade physics? No, usually. So usually they take chemistry first and then physics, normal cycle. All right, so if they had the chemistry book, it would be easy movement right into the physics book. It's very similar. Okay. What I like too is that they have some of the key terms. Right up front, they show you the key terms that will be discussed in that unit. They're right out there. Within the text, which you'll see in a little bit, I'm going to pull up the book in a second. If you click on any of the bold vocab words or key terms, they'll be read in either English or Spanish. I mentioned before that the textbook can read to the students. That's only in English. The paragraph's only in English. But all of the vocab words, which is where most non-English speakers would have trouble with the strange words we use in physics and chemistry, those can be read in English and Spanish at the moment. Okay, simulations. So many years ago, I remember finding the PhET simulations. Anyone use PhET? P-H-E-T, University of Colorado? Yeah, great simulations. So we use simulations very similar to that. They're not PhET simulations, but they're very similar. So when you see a lab investigation, in chemistry especially sometimes, there's a model of a gas, particles bouncing all around. That'll be a simulation. So some of the lab investigations are simulations, but they're interactive simulations, like the PhET simulations, where the students can actually collect data from those. I talked about this before now, if you saw it on the video, but there's different levels of assessment. And here it says show solution. So if the student wants to see the solution, you can click on that, it'll show the solution. At the end of each concept, there's a little self-quiz, and they can take that quiz many times. Every time they take it, of course, it rotates different questions and different numbers. Yep. go back to what I missed. Da-da-da-da. Come on. Oh, there we go. Okay, so tests, right? Assessment, formative and summative assessments. So we do have a, within the book, there are little self-quizzes as you go along. At the end of the chapter, there is the infinite test bank, we call it, because you can make so many different copies, mix the questions around, and create 5 or 6 or 7 different versions of your test if you want. And those can be exported, QTI format, and into your LMS. So that's one of our pride and joys there is that test bank. They put a lot of effort into creating those. And they're good questions. If you look through them, they really are good questions. Some are very conceptual, some are very mathematical. There's a nice mix of both. I'm sorry, this is jumping a little bit here. Try that again. Okay. So we have the ability to enlarge the print. So you could do that also. This is, come on. There we go. Okay, there's that simulation. So this would be a chemistry. Well, it could be physics too, right? Brownian motion simulation. You can interact. You can change the mass of the molecules. You can change the speed, the temperature, and see what's going on a molecular or atomic level. So those are really nice simulations. They work very well. Oh. I'm sorry, this is jumping around a little bit. Okay. Next thing is computational thinking is a big part of curriculum in many districts. And we have in our software embedded Blockly coding, which allows you to interact with your device or with any of our equipment. Now, again, I don't have time to get into the software. I will tell you that the software, the SparkView software, looks the same whether you're on a computer, the home screen, whether you're on maybe an iPad. And again, the software it's award-winning software. Give me a second here. On the iPad or on the smartphone. And the first day of class with my physics students, I have them download the free app, and they can use the accelerometer on the phone. I tell them take their phone, tie it in a little bubble wrap if you want, put a string on it, hang it from somewhere, measure the string, and I said just hit record, allow the software to use it says use onboard accelerometer, and I said just swing it, bring in the data, and I'll tell you how long your string is. Like, how are you going to do that? I said, don't worry about that. That's next quarter. But the idea that they can collect data, students come back from Disney or wherever, and they say, oh, I was on this roller coaster, and I measured the G-force on the roller coaster, and I kind of figured out where those peaks were, and I watched the ride again. It's pretty cool. Elevators, what have you. So you can use the software on the phone pretty simply. You could tie it with any of our sensors. You can go outside, access the GPS, come back in, download it on Google Maps. Let's say you want to talk about thermal heating over the parking lot versus grass. Walk around with the temp sensor, have it connected to the phone, come back in, and now you've got a Google map with a timestamp of exactly what the temperature was at every location that you went to. Pretty cool. Also, all our sensors can be what's called remote data logging. We have a weather sensor, can go outside. You can leave it out there for a week, 2 months, record data, come back in. So again, I don't have time to get into equipment, so I won't. Just to say that it's pretty cool. I've been using it for, like I said, about 25 years. So Blockly coding, I didn't know anything about coding. I didn't do coding in my class in physics. There's too much content you have to cover, right? You've got all this stuff. But I will tell you, as an older learner, it didn't take me that long to figure it out. And you could do some really powerful things. That's embedded in the software. It's in some of the lessons. So you can now cross-curricular, tie in your computational thinking with your content. And that's a great addition to our software, no charge. Come on. There we go. Okay. Heidi mentioned that there are videos. Yes, there are videos specific to the labs in these books. And they have 3 videos. There's one pre-lab, lab, and post-lab. During COVID, we developed these, right? A lot of distance learning. Those two gentlemen you see upper right, both teaching for 20 years and then 28 years. So we have experienced teachers, and they role play student, teacher. So a kid misses a lab, student misses a lab. Hey, watch the pre-lab video. You could actually, through the internet, do what's called a shared session. And let's say a student's at home, and you're doing the lab here, and you have a connection like this. they could be watching at home and receiving the data on their device, streamed through the internet. So they're watching data being collected. It's just like sitting in the classroom, basically, watching you do the lab, getting the data live. When you finish the lab, you hit end, it becomes their data. I have 20 minutes, is that right? Right? Sorry. Okay, all right, good. Whew. Too much good stuff here. Where was I? Okay, yeah, so, and then so they can watch the video, they can take the data and manipulate it on their device. Find the slope, find the maximum temperature, minimum temperature, what have you. And again, that's all tied in with the teacher resources, it's all part of the package. Okay, good, perfect timing. So, let me back it up where I started. I didn't have an education background, but I had a degree in science, and back in the 80s, critical area of science, which is probably still a critical area, right? Hard to find physics and chemistry people. I started teaching and really fell in love with the content of physics, but was challenged to find a school at that point that had good equipment and good textbooks. They had the beautiful textbook, all the high-level verbiage, and the students were so disconnected. So came across the Pasco equipment through modeling physics, and again, used it for 25 years. It's getting better and better, more powerful, easier to use. Years ago, I remember plugging stuff in, typing code in DOS. I was around before the mouse. Anyone around during the, remember the mouse came out? Was that the cool? I still remember that day. Like, you move this, and on the screen, the thing. So think about that, right? These guys are coming into classroom, and they don't want to use tape, Scotch tape, and paper. You want to be challenged with current technology that's not just fancy, but that gets data in their hands, in front of their face, quickly, easily, and effectively. So like I mentioned, most of the wireless sensors are very small, easy to use. I wish I had more time. Well, physics, I'd love to chat. But this guy, we have a patent on this. This cart now, it's got 5 different sensors on it. You can do, and it's all wireless. I've had students come up with great ideas. The floor, a tile floor like that, they took the cart and they pushed it. And they graphed the velocity versus time graph, long story short. Any places where there were little bumps, they said, that must be the floor is not level. And they also knew the position, so they knew where the floor wasn't level. They come up with that on their own. So you could do stuff with this equipment now. It's not just take the temp, take your thermometer, shake it down, stick it in there and watch what happens, right? You can't do that. Now we have these fast response temp sensors, and they are extremely accurate. I've done the thing with the breath. I don't know if you've ever done one of this chemistry, right, or physics. I say, all right, put your hand in front of your mouth and go, warm, right? Yeah. Go, cold. Explain that to me, would you? It's the same stuff coming out of me. It's coming out cold and hot. What do I got, a thermometer in there? A regulator? So little things like that. You could take the temp sensor, put it right in front of your mouth, and see those changes. So it used to be just kind of a weird demonstration he's doing, but now it's, okay, you come up with it. So that's the beauty of it. And I got 15 minutes. I think that's enough time, I hope. If not, let me know. You can contact me. You should have my card in there. So I am the Florida guy, and a lot of equipment companies don't have someone specific to an area who has had, experience teaching and has used equipment for that long, which ties in with the book too, and use the book in the classroom. I've used the book in all regular physics, honors physics, and AP physics as a supplement. Chemistry, that was a regular class, I think it was. Yes, I didn't teach the honors. But I got a lot of positive feedback from my students who say, well, of course I'm going to say that, I'm trying to sell the book. Well, I can just tell you, I'm being honest with you. We've got a lot of compliments about the ease of use of our software from teachers, and also the powerful interactives that we have embedded in the curriculum. I didn't get a chance to open up the book. Maybe I'll do that while you're thinking of questions. So I threw a lot at you. There's a lot in that packet. Let me see if there's anything on the actual ebook. This is the login screen. The test bank is a separate entry with separate code, and then the Pasco Academy is a separate code. So you have basically 3 codes. Once you put them in, you're done. In this case, I just put the code in for the teacher book. And I'm going to go just to this, I'm going to go over here a second and leave it there for a second and see if anything. Give me a second, sorry. Okay. So here's one here. So you can see in the left margin, the students don't have that left margin, obviously. That is the teacher resources. And then, like I said, any of the vocab words that you see in bold. Here's one here, for force. If I click on that, I have a choice for English or Spanish.
Fuerza. Acción en un cuerpo que causa cambio en su movimiento. Medida en Newton.
And that's all I'm going to say for now. So, any questions about either chemistry or physics? Again, there's a lot in the packet. The 10-minute video that I showed about 5 minutes of, I recommend watching. It kind of gives you a brief overview, and then there's a more detailed walk through the ebook. Questions? Yes?
On the online,
Yes.
is there like an option for it to read aloud to the students other than just the background?
Yeah, so the only option is, again, I don't have the student book logged on. I didn't get a chance to log into it. But basically, see where it says more? It would just have the icon like there to the speaker. If I click on that in the student book, it would read that paragraph in English, yes. As far as translating, you could use Google Translate, copy and paste the text, have the student, maybe a student needs Portuguese or needs German, whatever. They can copy all the text, paste it into Google Translate, and it would give them the German or whatever it is. But embedded in there is the Spanish and English for vocab words, which is where the user going to have the troubles, right, with those words. And then they could read paragraph by paragraph. And again, that was a key feature for a lot of our students. They just loved it. I'm not bringing that book home, right? They got the smartphone, they got the earbuds, and they're doing their physics homework as they wait for the bus or the parents to pick them up, what have you. Questions? There's got to be more questions. Come on. I got the early morning shift. You guys are still waking up. A cold morning. Yes, sir.
What's his cost of the equipment with the book? How does that line up with just the book?
Yeah, so we just we're working with Hillsborough, and we gave them 3 options basically. They asked for similar. One with no equipment, one with our standard package, and one with our complete curriculum for physics anyway. With chemistry, it would be just a book, ebook, textbooks, lab, video resources, teacher resources, but no equipment. Then there's a standard bundle for chemistry and physics. As you can imagine, chemistry bundles are not as much. Physics has all the good toys, right, in my opinion. I taught chemistry too, but so chemistry is a handful. There's less sensors with chemistry, so you could break it down that way. We're very open to doing that. The pricing is all on the website if you want, and of course, with a bundle package like this, we would work something out without getting into details on pricing. Just to say that. Yes, we do have options as far as bundling which equipment you want. But again, the equipment is designed specifically to cover the labs. The one bundle says it does, it does 26 labs. The other one does 47 labs. So you say, you know what, I'm going to get the smaller one for now and then add on, or I want the whole thing. I want to cover all the labs. Same thing with chemistry. One of the bundles doesn't do about 10 of the labs. You need the extension to do that. So we want to give you options. Yep, we want to definitely give you options. But again, that's our everyone's got to find a little niche, right? Our niche is the equipment and the tie-in with the curriculum and the resources in the ebook. A textbook's a textbook, right? Of course, the content's very important, and that, as you can see, I hope you had a chance to read a little bit. It's really well written, and the students, like I said, the feedback, even in the AP, like, oh, I get it, I can understand that. Some of the even the honors level books are written maybe a little bit above the reading level of most students. So that's that. Any other questions? Stretching? Oh, there. Okay, so everyone got a packet, and again, in that packet, we've got a little intro letter. There's some of the trial codes there you see on the bottom. I hope you had a chance to look at the ebook. If you haven't, you have to go to DEV, deveducation.pasco.com, and then there's a little sample there of the physics program anyway, the standards. You should have my card in there, a little bit about the software, and a little bumper sticker. So again, a little background. Pasco, just so you know, stands for Paul Allen Stockstead Company. So Paul, Neat gentleman. He's just a really amazing guy. He's still somewhat involved. He's stepping back a little bit. He's 87 now, I think. But has a passion. He won science fair back in college. He built this EOVA RAM apparatus, and his passion was always education. And he wants to hear from teachers. If someone gives suggestions, he wants to hear it. How can we make our products better? And I've watched that at several national conferences. He goes right, he asks the questions. How can we make this better? What's the best? Hey, what should we? What labs are missing? What labs do you guys do most often? Do you think coding would be great in here? So we're always getting feedback from teachers, and that's, of course, how you get a good product. Education, even between physics and chemistry, there are different needs and different presentation styles and that kind of thing. So Pasco does a great job with that. We have there's 9 of me around the country who are specifically there to service, help, answer questions for their regions. Of course, we have a chat online. You get tech support. You have an issue with a piece of equipment, 5 minutes, you're up and running, usually. And any kind of technology, there's always something that seems to go wrong. And I'm working with Palm Beach State College. They just ordered a bunch of carts. They're not charging. In 2 minutes, you call up our tech support. Oh, yeah, did you try this? Oh, no. Oh, you do a hard reset. You press and hold the button for 10 seconds, and it resets it? Yes. And up and running. So don't spend a lot of time trying to figure it out on your own. I know I did that early on. Maybe it's my pride. I can figure this out. So the support's great. Again, the resource has been awesome. Folks like to have all that stuff in the margin. There's not a whole lot. Each page is designed with just one concept. You don't have a page that goes on and on and on. It's just, okay, right at the top there, forces, motion, and energy. Boom. So they get into it right there. It's really well laid out. Sorry, as my students say, Mr. Carter, you're like the most excited person in the room. Like, I think it's cool. And that's why I love physics. It's just, it attacks the misconceptions. There are simple questions. I like this question. This is one of my favorite questions. And I say, if you throw an object up in the air and you catch it, does it stop at the top? Does it stop at the top? And I've been asking triple PhDs from MIT and whatever. Like, that's simple. It's a simple question, isn't it? Yeah. How long does it stop for? Like a couple of minutes, then it go? No, just for an instant. What's an instant? This is science. Let's define an instant. Well, it's a small amount of time. How small? We got some good sensors here. We can measure that. So we get into a conversation about calculus, right? Which allows us to do the impossible, to find the slope of a point, right? So anyway, I love physics and chemistry because if you identify some key questions, they should be a little uncomfortable. They should want to try and get closer to an answer. Maybe not an answer. Why is there gravity? I don't know. Chemistry, like, again, can you heat up an ice cube? Little questions like that. And that, to me, has been, and I miss it. Some people ask me, do you miss teaching? I do. I do miss interacting with students. Not all the other stuff. If you have some friends, colleagues that have retired, they tell you they miss the students, right? Not the grading, not the parents. So we want to empower you in your classroom. And in my opinion, after 30 years of teaching in Florida, these books really, the resources, the e-books, and the equipment make it easier to do that. Easier, not easy. Notice I didn't say easy. It's an incredible job you're being asked to do, right? So we do the best we can. But get the best tools that you can, right? Does that make sense? If a kid's not going to get excited about stopwatch and drop a ball and figure out the acceleration of gravity, I mean, I was asked to do that in a state college lab. I was like, no, that's just silly. So we have better equipment for inexpensive. Okay, so just a few more minutes. Questions? No other? Okay, if you think of something, let me know. I want to encourage you. I know you're busy. I know you got other stuff going on, other books and whatever you. Please, if you can find that 10-minute video, should be in there. If not, there is a little longer one, just to give you an overview of the book, because there's a lot of clicking back and forth. That's why I avoided doing that. You got to load stuff up and go back and forth. And I don't know about you, but while you're talking, it's a little difficult to do. But it does scroll very easily on the screen. You can use your advanced, you can use your clicker. The students can just swipe on their phones. During the labs, I let my students use their iPhones. As the iPad, we had an iPad mini, and the smartphones that started to be almost the same size as that. So I said, just take your phones out. And they would take video of their lab. And each lab group would do something different. You guys would be changing the mass, you'd be changing the angle, you're changing it. Everyone doing something different, but video it and then present it to the class. And they use the presentation skills. The three or four students in the group go up front and they say, all right, here's what we found out. That if you increase the angle, the acceleration increases. Well, where's your data? Where's your data? Does it say that? Oh, yes, here it is. So they get better at presentations. Put the students, empower the students. Empower the students. No, at first they don't like being up in front of the class, but I will tell you, the interest level goes way up when they know they're presenting next, right? No one looks silly in front of their friends. And they don't have to. They go up front, they all take a part in presenting. It's a really great way to incorporate all the skills we want in science and cover the curriculum at the same time. Okay? All right, very good. Again, I know you've got a lot on your plate. I was on an adoption committee, gosh, whoa, a long time ago, maybe 1990. And I will tell you, it was a different process back then. It was an earth science book. Anyone teach earth science? Love the material. Do you guys still offer it in the district? What grade level is that? Oh, boy, that would be nice. So I had the freshman, my first few years teaching, right? And earth science. Love the content, but it's hard to get those students excited about, subduction boundary, right? The kids like, this is Florida, right? I don't know what you're talking about. Mountains, what? So having excitement, having good materials, if you don't have a relevance for the students, then you're going to lose them. So here in chemistry and physics, and at the upper levels, we have the resources and we have the equipment to do little projects, like I said. What can we do with temperature? Well, or CO2. We have a CO2 sensor. That's one of our most popular. What's the CO2 level behind these buses when they're getting ready to leave in the morning, right? Go out there, measure it. They go out and measure, come in, compare it. So that CO2 sensor is great. It's portable. It's wireless. But it's not just going around playing around in the parking lot. What you can do, there's curriculum embedded in the ebook, in the textbook, in the ebook, and there are labs designed for them to use that. So you have everything. You got the ease of use. You've got the curriculum formally developed. You have the citations for all the standards. So yeah, it's never been a better time, I think, in the classroom as far as resources. So thank you very much for your time, and you know how to get a hold of me. Hope you have a great rest of the year.
All right, I want to thank Pasco for coming out. So we will be on break until 9:30, and we'll have our next presenter. They're going to talk to us about chemistry, earth space, physical, and physics. I'm going to turn the floor over to them.
All right, great to see everybody. Thanks for coming out this morning for our presentation. I am Mike Gallagher. I'm the sales rep out of Tallahassee for our area, and I love coming out to the Panhandle every chance I get. So it's great to see everybody. With me today is Nancy Orellano, who is our senior curriculum specialist. She's going to do the bulk of our presentation. And Nancy last month at our national sales meeting was selected as, or voted, whatever you do, National Curriculum Specialist of the Year. So we brought the best in for Okaloosa. Thank Ryan. I've thanked him for each presentation for bringing this all together. This is a big undertaking, and he does an awesome job, and him and his team getting everybody here and communicating so well. Big decision. You know, some of you had, from what I understand, chemistry books for a while. So, you know, this is going to be for 5 years. So we welcome the review with our friendly competitors. Look at the standards, and the standards coverage is very important. This is a brand new series from McGraw-Hill's, Florida McGraw-Hill Science. It's a K-12 alignment, and we're very proud of the program, and it's been doing very well throughout the state so far. A few things to look forward to: Actively Learn, which is a teacher resource portal that's always being updated. You're going to love to see that. Learn Smart, which is an adaptive learning program for your students. Science Literacy Essentials, which is some of the program written 1 to 2 grade levels below to help your struggling students with their reading. So we're really excited about it. We're going to go for about 40 minutes. Take good notes. If there's something that you didn't see and it's important to you, let us know so we can show it to you real quick towards the end. We'll do Q&A at the end. Or if you have a pressing question while we go, just let us know, and Nancy will answer it for you. Thanks again. Nancy, take it away.
Awesome. All right, so thanks everyone and welcome. Like Mike said, we're really excited to be able to share with you our brand new K-12 science curriculum. We've already worked with elementary, middle, and then part of your high school folks yesterday. So hopefully you guys were able to talk to some of your colleagues and kind of hear some of the things that they really liked when it came to McGraw-Hill Florida Science. So with that being said, you are going to see not just that it's aligned to the Florida standards, but there's also, for those of you that work with honors students or you have honors courses, there's honor support already built into your teacher edition, just like there's advanced placement support built into the middle school content. But more importantly, you're going to see that our brand new curriculum is truly dedicated to helping you all unlock that unlimited potential in every single one of our students. So how are we going to do that? Well, we are going to provide you with solutions that are going to fuel our students' curiosity and that drive to discover, both of these helping lead them down that boundless learning, that journey in our science classrooms. Now, we know that we have a limited amount of time with you all today, and we really wanted to focus on what makes McGraw-Hill Florida Science different and unique from the programs that you heard this morning and everybody that you're going to hear later on this afternoon. So, on the screen right now, we have a list of things that we know you need in an outstanding science curriculum. Of course, we need content that is aligned to our Florida standards. We have offline access for students that don't always have reliable internet connectivity. We're providing you with ready-made downloadable PowerPoint presentations or Google Slides, depending on which ones you want to use. ClassLink and Canvas integration. How many of you use Canvas right now to push out assignments for your students? 2? 3? Okay, how many of you use Google Classroom to push out assignments for your students? Okay, about half and half. Okay, so we have integration with both of these. Or you can decide, hey, Nancy, I just want to use your platform and push out assignments throughout there. That is perfectly fine as well. But I will show you what that Canvas integration looks like and how you can push out assignments also using Google Classroom. Now, teachers, of course, be certain that your students are going to have access to a comprehensive print as well as a digital experience. So every student will receive in every one of the courses their hardbound student edition. This is also available in Spanish online. And they also have the ability to translate that ebook into 133 different languages. So if every once in a while you get a student that speaks Korean and you have no idea how to toggle that on and off, I will show you how you can do that using Google Translate. And then, of course, for those of you that are working with chemistry and physical science, one of the things to look for online, and maybe even these already got delivered to your to your school sites. For those students that are not reading on grade level, look at the science literacy essentials. The ones that I'm holding up right now says 5th grade, but this is a piece that allows your students to be able to still read the content, but it's been written 1 to 2 grade levels below your on grade level text. So for example, if you're looking at your chemistry on grade level, and I don't know if you have one in your sample bags, but definitely check when you go back to your school site because those probably already arrived, but they're also available digitally as a fillable PDF, or if you needed to print it out for some students, you can also do that as well. Now for the other courses, for Earth, Physics, and Physical, you all have what we call our science notebook. This is going to help provide support when it comes to note-taking for your students in the classroom. They're available at the chapter as well at the lesson level, available as a PDF or as a printable option also. Now teachers, for those students that don't always have reliable internet connectivity, we also offer our brand new K-12 portal app. This, your students can download even on their smartphone. They can download the entire book or chapters at a time and still have access to the content and still be able to complete assignments even when they don't have internet connectivity. So the very first time I would have my students download the app at school where they do have internet connection, download everything. Once they do that, they no longer have to download or do anything else after that. They can go in there, highlight, annotate, answer questions, even when they're offline. Once they come back online, all of that work, all those annotations will sync, and then you and your students will be able to see that take place. Now, teachers, you're gonna have everything you need in order to motivate students and elevate learning, including your print teacher's edition with honor support already built in, as well as a variety of digital resources, everything from virtual labs, digital simulations, you have your lab manual, and then of course for chemistry and for physical you have the science literacy essentials and then the notebook for physical, physics, and earth. And by the way, I'm going to try to do my best to remember what is specific to each one of these courses because some things are specific to one versus the other. But if I forget, just take a look. Sometimes I'll have a little flag at the very bottom that lets you know who it is for. So all of our chapters and all of our lessons have been designed with the modern science classroom in mind. Okay, and we're going to provide you resources that are going to pave the way for standards mastery. So standards mastery begins, of course, at the chapter, and in some of your courses, it's titled a module, but essentially is a chapter. We begin every chapter by introducing our students to a driving question. They are going to build their understanding about this driving question with every single lesson. We're going to provide them with rigorous content and high quality instruction. And then we have the opportunity to assess our students' understanding with 2 summative assessments, either a chapter project or your traditional chapter assessment. Now, specifically for chemistry teachers, where are my chemistry teachers? Have a couple here? Okay. Chemistry teachers, before we begin that very first lesson, okay, we want to make sure that our students have the prerequisite skills that they need in order to be successful with that content. So one of the things that we have that's exclusive to chemistry is our pretest, our chapter pretest. Now, when our students take this pretest, let's say that they take it, we see that they're missing some skills or maybe they've forgotten some of the standards, some of the content, we're going to provide you with an FSAS refresh. Now, this FSAS refresh allows you the opportunity, because we've already pinpointed for you, what are the resources to provide remediation right away. Now, the last time that our chemistry students saw this content was back in 8th grade, so it's been a while. We already give you videos that you can use for them. We give you digital simulations. We give you adaptive learning tools so that you can provide remediation right away. Now, we already know that some of our friendly competitors are going to tell you, okay, we'll give you access to all grade levels. But then that means that you have to sit in front of your computer and go hunting and gathering those resources. We have already done that heavy lift for you with that FSAS refresh. Now, once our students have those prerequisite skills, we can then go ahead and start moving into the chapter level content. First, we go ahead and we introduce our students to that driving question. We're going to come back at the end of the chapter and revisit that driving question as well. So here, how much water and carbon dioxide combine as a plant grows? And to continue to pique our students' interest in this content and also to help us identify any misconceptions or preconceptions that our students have, we continue to engage them with our science probes. Now, our science probes are going to pose some kind of problem, some kind of scenario. So here we're giving the students a recipe that they need to follow in order to make a chicken sandwich. We allow them the opportunity to go ahead and write out what that recipe needs to look like. Then we have them go ahead and use that same recipe or rewrite that same recipe using grams. There are guiding questions along the way that you can use for your students to kind of help you identify what are some of their strengths, what are some of their weaknesses, what are some of those misconceptions that they might have. Now, once we finish our probe, we're always going to come back and revisit this probe at the end of the lesson. This is not specific to any content, by the way. I know the one that I'm using right now, it's on stoichiometry, but just know that these probes are available from kindergarten all the way to 12th grade. So once we work through our probe, we want to continue to fuel that curiosity with our students. And thanks to our partnership with Science Bob's videos, these are a nice way to kind of give students a little sneak peek of what they're going to be working with before we do any labs, before we have them read any information. So I'm going to play a sneak peek of this one.
It only takes two common elements, hydrogen and oxygen, to cause an explosion and blow up an egg. So that's how scientists serve potato chips.
So the video is much longer, but I've snipped it because I know that I have a limited amount of time with you all today. But the pretest, the probes, the Science Bob videos, all of these resources are kind of setting the stage for the learning that is to come as we move into the lesson model. And of course, every single lesson in our curriculum is going to follow that research-based 5E lesson model. Now, at the lesson level, we begin by introducing the essential question to our students. Now, when it comes to the essential question, we pose it at the very beginning of the lesson. Students can start to build their understanding using rich visuals throughout our student edition, but there's also an additional video phenomena online inside of their ebook, or it can also be displayed through that downloadable PowerPoint presentation that we are presenting to you. Now, as our students continue to work with the content, this is also the point where we involve them in that CER framework. So we invite them to go ahead and make their claim. They're going to continue to gather evidence as we move into the explore phase of our lesson. Now, when it comes to explore, we can all agree that our students' favorite thing to do when it comes to the science content is, of course, to do the science, right? To do the experiments, to do the digital simulations or the in-person simulations. But one thing that we want to make sure that you all look at is take a look at all of the options that we give you when it comes to the lab opportunities, okay? We give you everything from a quick launch lab at the very beginning of your lessons or chapters. Teachers, if you're ever short on time and you need to do more of a quick teacher demonstration, there are quick labs in there. You have your full content-specific labs already. Every single lab is accompanied by an editable and fillable lab sheet. So if you wanted to add a little bit more to that lab or take away from it, you can do that with those lab sheets. Now, for labs that are just too time consuming or just impossible for us to do in a classroom scenario, you also have digital labs. With our digital and virtual simulations, your students can't just click through the lab to get done with it. They have to get specific parts of the lab correct in order to be able to move on to the next part and be able to show their understanding of this. Now, this resource is also available, of course, in Spanish. Now, as we move from Explore into Explain, this is the meaty part of our lesson, right? This is where the students are gathering the most information, and most of that information is going to come from their student edition. When you look at our student edition, do a side-by-side comparison. Pick the same chapter in our book versus the same chapter in all of the other presentations that you're going to see today. And you're going to see that we have organized the information in a very student-friendly way, providing many scaffolds and questions along the way as well. We're not waiting until the very end for the students to be able to explain, to identify, to recall, or any of that. Now, one of the key things is, as your students are working through the lesson, to help them with that retention of the information for Earth, physical, and physics, make sure that you take a look at our Cornell note-taking, at the science notebook. This is going to help your students identify what are the details, what are the main things, where are the page numbers where I can cite this information, and continue to build on that understanding. And then, of course, for chemistry, for those students that are not reading on grade level and need a little bit of additional support and scaffolds built in, make sure that you take a look at our Science Literacy Essentials. Science Literacy Essentials are specific for chemistry and for physical science. Did you have oh, I thought you were gonna ask me a question. No worries. Now, that same adjustment of the Lexile level when it comes to chemistry. Anybody here fully digital and only has your students access the content online, or we do a little hybrid of both, print and digital. Okay. If you wanted to adjust the Lexile level for your students online, that can also be done as well. Now, as we move into chemistry specifically, one of the things that you ladies in the back mentioned, and I think somebody else at the other table mentioned, was the ability to give your students enough practice when it comes to the math content, right? So I saw you looking specifically at one of the pages. Were you able to take a little bit closer look after I moved away, or you kind of flipped and... Okay, you flipped. All right. So let's talk about practice and math support when it comes to chemistry, because we know that this is something that we always get asked about in our presentation. So we kind of have that gradual release method put into place. So for example, the very first part is doing that direct instruction, right? So in your teacher edition and in the student edition, you're going to see that there is an example problem. That same example problem also comes with a video online, because sometimes after we help them walk through that problem in person, they go home, they forget about what it is that you showed them or how to solve that problem, so they can always go back and revisit that problem or that video online. The other thing that you're going to see that's available online is additional interactive practice. So for those of you that say, Nancy, I don't want to sit and grade every single one of these problems for 100 plus of my students, assign the digital one. That will grade it for you. That gives them the additional practice that they need. Or you might say, hey, we've done the additional practice. Maybe we did that guided practice in class because I'm there to provide that support. But now when they go home or later on this week, I need them to have more independent practice. There is enough independent practice that can be done, again, either in print or digitally. So for every single one of our chapters, there is anywhere between 75 to 100 practice problems that you can assign to your students. Chemistry teachers, is that enough? Is that a lot? Is that too little? She's looking at me, she's like, yes? Close enough? And by the way, every single one of these, because it's also found digitally, you can add to it, you can take away from it. So if you're thinking 75 is way too much, especially for my period 1 class, but maybe 75 is not enough for my period 2 class, you can continue to add to these resources as well. Now, how important is vocabulary in all of our classes? Extremely important, right? So a couple of resources. One that I'm going to highlight for you today are the interactive word labs. These are exclusive right now just to chemistry, but I have a feeling that these will start to become a little bit more popular in all the other courses as well. Now, vocabulary support is available not just with the word labs that I'm going to show you, but you're going to see vocabulary support in other formats as well. Now, these word labs, the students first get to work with each individual word in isolation. They'll get a definition, they'll get some follow-up questions. If they do it online, they get immediate feedback on how they're doing. Once they learn the word, they get then to practice with all of the vocabulary terms for that lesson or that it's time to pick up the kids. And then we get done with, we practice with all of the vocabulary terms. And then the other thing that we have is digital flashcards for the students to continue to reinforce and hone in their understanding. Now, from the vocabulary support, another thing that we've been getting a lot of questions about is visual literacy, right? What makes our visual literacy different from the other publishers that you saw today and the other ones that you will see? And make sure that you ask the other publishers in their presentations, you know, yes, we see the visual literacy in print, but what does that look like online? Okay? Why do I say that? Because ours, even though we have that visual representation in the print student edition, when the students access it online, it actually walks them step by step through that sample problem that I was just talking to you about, or any sample problem that is in that student edition. But a lot of the times, don't your students ask you, why is this important? Like, why are we learning about this? How does this actually apply to the real world? Like, when am I ever going to see this again, right? So there is a section in our textbooks that tell you why it's important. There's opportunities for reinforcement and extension already built in. So students can actually answer all of these questions and get that immediate feedback through the ebook. You'll notice that it has a little check answer down at the very bottom for the students to know, did they get it right? Did they get it wrong? Now, ELL students, do we have any ELL students in our classroom? Yes, at some point in time, we all have them, right? So what do we have for ELL support? Make sure that you look in your teacher edition you're going to see that we provide scaffolded support on all levels of WIDA. And again, we invite you, do a side-by-side comparison with what we have versus what other publishers are going to give you. We give you targeted and skilled-based support. These are not generic activities. You're going to see on their sentence starters, you're going to see transferable skills like cognates and false cognates and much more. And we also continue to provide that support by allowing you and your students to be able to toggle that ebook language into 133 languages. I'll show you how once we get online. Now, I've shown you so far a variety of resources, both print and digitally, that are going to help us pave the way to standards mastery and be able to personalize instruction. But how much time does it truly take you to personalize instruction for every single student? A lot? More time than you have? Well, we're going to give you some of that planning time back. Meet your digital code teacher, LearnSmart. Now, I have on my slide here LearnSmart/SmartBook. Depending on your course, it is called something different. The idea behind it is the same. It is our artificial, it uses artificial intelligence in order to create an adaptive and personalized learning plan for every single student. It truly takes the guesswork out of it for you. Teachers, if you want to know what standard are my students struggling with, or what specific concept do I need to go back and review and give them additional practice with, that's what LearnSmart is going to do. So let's take a look at how it's going to work. When our students first log in, they have two options. They can either go in and review some resources or do some reading, or if they feel really confident that they know the content, they can go ahead and start answering questions. When they log in, they're going to see a variety of different question types. So like for this one, it's a drag and drop question, so it will tell them how to drag and drop, using a mouse, using their keypad, whatever it is. At the bottom of every question, if the student wants to go back and review some resources before they provide the answer, they can click on the help section. There's built-in audio support for every question, and then they can keep track of their progress on the top left-hand corner. Now, as your students are answering these questions, down at the very bottom here, it's going to ask them to provide their confidence level, okay? We want to know when they provide these answers, how confident are they that that is truly the correct answer? Now, LearnSmart is going to also pay attention to how your students answer these questions. If it sees that your students answers 2 questions incorrect, it's going to say, hey, pause for a second, go back and review some resources, and then you can go ahead and continue answering those questions. It's not going to let the student just continue to get those questions wrong over and over and over again. Now, we also understand that if our students don't review or don't use this content, they what? They lose it. They forget about it, right? So LearnSmart has a recharge feature already built in. So after they complete your assignment that you've created for them, they can always go back in and continue to get practice and reinforce and hone in on those skills that you've already worked with. Now, teachers, you of course get a variety of reports, and your students will also get to see, hey, what was my most challenging concept? Now this one, I only had one concept that my students were working with, but you might decide, hey, I want you to do a quick review with these 5 concepts, and you might realize, hey, you know what, my students or my class, they're still struggling with 2 concepts that I need to go back and maybe do a little mini lesson with them on that. Now, once your students have a firm understanding, before I show you that, how can you use LearnSmart in your classroom? Okay? There's no right or wrong way. There's a variety of options that we always kind of share with teachers as a best practice. You can use it in a flipped classroom model. Before I even get to that chapter, I'm going to give them LearnSmart. This helps me identify where I really need to focus as we're working through the lessons. If I want to use it for maybe a midterm review or a final review, I can go ahead and identify those standards that we know our students tend to struggle with. And once our students have a firm understanding around the content, then we go ahead and we move into the elaborate phase of the lesson. This is where we are deepening their understanding, and we're helping them make those real-world connections with careers that they might want to pursue in the future. We have an exclusive partnership with our If-Then video collections, so these will already be included for you to go ahead and start using with your students. So let's take a quick look at one of them.
My name is Janice Louie. I'm a professor at the University of Utah. I teach chemistry, but I'm also the Associate Dean for Student Affairs in the College of Science. I got introduced to chemistry in high school, and what I remember was it was pretty difficult. But when it clicked, it really clicked. I was that nerdy girl that saw chemistry everywhere. I'd be at a restaurant with my family and say, oh, the specific heat of ice in the ice water that we have, and it's really never stopped. I honestly believe that everything cool is chemistry. If you can see it, touch it, taste it, feel it, that's all chemistry.
All right, so As we move to elaborate, we have to be able to assess our students' understanding. There is built-in evaluation already in your print student edition. They can also complete it online. And of course, there's also an exit ticket that you can use. Now, another way to close out our chapters, not our lessons, but our chapters, is thanks to our partnership with Kahoots. Now, these Kahoots right now are only available for biology, chemistry, and physical science. So I want to go ahead and do a very short one with you all today. So take out your phones. And chemistry teachers, not chemistry teachers, physics and earth teachers, if you want to, you can go ahead and partner with somebody at your table that does teach chemistry, or you could try and see how much of the chemistry content you actually remember. Now, these have already been correlated to your content. Teachers, you're not having to create the, not sure why it's not starting. You're not having to create these. Can't see that well from, there we go. So let me go ahead and expand this one. So I'll let you log in. Now the one that we're going to do, I believe this one is only 3 questions. The ones that you all will have for the chapter reviews are going to be longer. You can do this where your students can do exactly what you're doing. Everybody logs in into their own individual device. You could have them do it if you have Chromebooks or iPads or anything like that. You can do it that way as well. Were you all able to get in? I clicked start, but I'm just not sure if it's letting you all get in or not. Say that again?
No, I tried typing in Kahoot IT and it wasn't going, so maybe it'll.
Okay, good. I do see some names populating. Good.
Got 6 in there. Looks how many? 4.
That's 6 so far.
4. I don't know. I can't tell. I can't see that far.
You can't see that far, Michael?
Share that with Paul or keep it yourself. It's up to
All right,
you.
is everybody in? Almost? All right, let's get started with this one. I know in elementary and middle school, I felt like I was reading the question. I was like, I probably don't need to do that for a high school teacher, so I won't read it out loud to you all. What happened?
I already failed.
Gotta be fast and you have to be correct. All right, let's see who's on the leaderboard. Where's Rebecca? Where's Rebecca? There you
Rebecca's
are.
up front.
Right up front. All right, but Grandin's right behind there. Let's see if you can hold on to that lead. All right, this one's a puzzle, and there are different question types. You'll notice that it's not always multiple choice or true and false. There's entry, there's dropping a pin. She's like, I don't know. Feel free to get up, by the way. You don't have to stay back there. You can definitely get up if you can't read it from back there.
You might need to read it, Nancy. You can't see it.
Oh my gosh, my eyesight is just as bad as yours. I literally would have to be right up at the very front. So far we have 1 answer. Is that you, Rebecca, by any chance? Rebecca's like, no, it's not me this time. From highest to lowest, yes. Are the 2 of you working together in the back? All right, let's see. Oh, Rebecca, you're still up there though. She's like, a slider. Yes. So you should be able to slide on your on your iPhone once it gives you the answer choices. You should be able to slide. Did you answer, Rebecca? Was that you already? Does it not let you slide? Let me know if it's not letting you. Okay, you hit it at the wrong time. I was like, I heard 2, 3. She's like, I was right, I was right. All right, let's go to the next one. We'll do one more. Rebecca's on a roll. She's gotten, was that the third one right? All right, last one. True or false? Got a 50-50 chance. What? All right, let's see our leaderboard. Third place, who's MPS? Right over here. Second, Grant. Where's Grant? Oh, she's like, it's okay, you can raise your hand. And Rebecca.
Rebecca is the champion. for
Congratulations,
today.
Rebecca.
She got a prize.
Everybody else gets virtual candy. All right, so teachers, I've shared with you so far a variety of resources to help us pave the way to standards mastery. And to continue to pave the way, you're also going to have a complete toolkit of assessments. So everything from diagnostic assessments like LearnSmart, or for chemistry, your chapter pretest. You have daily formative assessments like your lesson quizzes, the Kahoots, and then you also have a suite of summative assessments. So your traditional chapter assessments, as well as your exit tickets, STEM projects, and every single one of these assessments can be administered to your students either in print or through a digital format. If completed online, students will have audio support built in as well as other accessibility features. And then you all will also have access to our online test generator. Now with our online test generator, we give you already pre-made assessments. You can use them the way that they are, or if you wanted to, you can also modify them. Then if you wanted to pull in your own question bank, if you wanted to create your own standard-based assessment, we also provide you a question bank that you can pull from. Or if you're like Nancy, I just want to create my own questions. I like some of yours, but I also want to add some of mine. We also give you the opportunity to create your own questions. There are 19 different question types that you can create. So why the difference in color? The ones in black, those are the ones that every other publisher is going to give you. Those are the basic questions. We at McGraw-Hill are not basic, so that is why we're giving you a total of 19. So you could do anything from image labeling, drag and drop, or ordering questions. My personal favorite is the audio recording, because I know when I was in the classroom, every once in a while, I would have a student that couldn't necessarily put their answer down or their explanation down on paper, but if I were to call them, they can give me that detailed response. So am I going to use the audio recording for all 100 plus students? No, but am I going to use it for the ones that need that modification or that accommodation? Absolutely. Now, if our students are completing these assessments online, what do we want it to do? We want it to grade it, but we also want what? Data reports, right? We want to get some information out of there. So I can run data reports for my entire class to see how they're doing on all of these assessments and activities. I can also pull a report for individual students. So if you have a parent-teacher conference coming up, I can show mom and dad how they've been doing in the class. I can also take a quick look at the item analysis. This lets me know right away what was the most missed question for my class. Question number 3. Everybody struggled with that one. I need to go back and revisit that question. And because every question is tagged to standards, you also have a standards performance tracker. Now, if there's a specific standard that I see that my students are struggling with, such as this one, I've already mentioned a resource to you all that you can use. Does anybody remember that resource? LearnSmart. LearnSmart or SmartBook, depending on your course, okay? Now, all of these resources and all of these reports can easily be accessed through our dashboard. But before I show you the dashboard navigation, I want to show you our seamless Canvas integration. So for those of you that said, I use Canvas for assignments or to, to lead my class discussion. So right now, there is my, here's my chemistry content. I've pulled in a couple of things here. Now, all of our resources, like this one happens to be a video. This is going to be staying inside of the shell of Canvas. My students are not logging out to go somewhere else. Everything, they can preview it here. If it has captions, they can access the captions. Nothing is going to change as far as the content. Now, to pull in content or to create assignments, depending on what you want to do, all you have to do is click the 3 dots, select the McGraw-Hill LTI. Now, I've already paired my classes in here. So there's my chemistry class. I would launch it. And then I would click right up here, Add Pre-Built Assignments. It's going to give me my table of contents, just like you're going to see within our platform. So here's my table of contents. I would click on the chapter, select the lesson that I want to pull those resources from. It will populate all of my resources. Or here, I'll go to this one since I had already done it. It would go to all my resources. So here I have the science literacy essentials maybe that I want to assign, or that word lab. And by the way, it's going to show you not just the student-facing resources, but also the teacher-facing resources. If I've selected everything that I need, I scroll to the very bottom, and I can either deploy it as an assignment, or I could just have it be something that I'm going to use to guide the instruction in my class. Now, like I said, you can stay within the shell of Canvas. You can also do the same thing by clicking on the left-hand side here on your menu. There is a McGraw-Hill single sign-on link, and that will take you to your specific content. I happen to already have loaded my chemistry content in here. The navigation, kindergarten, middle school, high school, everybody has the same identical navigation. It's not like you're getting something different. As far as your courses, same navigation as well. Main menu is over on the left-hand side. At the very bottom of this page, you have access to the interactive ebook, or your students will have access to the interactive ebook, your teacher edition, and then you also have a Spanish sampler here. Now, when you open up the ebook in a separate tab like I have here, there were 2 things that I mentioned to you all earlier. One was the ability, for those of you that work with chemistry, one was the ability to adjust the Lexile level digitally. So this is the on-grade level text, but if I needed to, I can click on the 3 dots and I can adjust that reading level for my entire class, for a handful of students, or just even for 1 student if that's all that is needed. The other thing that I mentioned was that using Google Translate, we can change this text into 133 different languages. Now, I have the Google Translate extension up here. I can click Translate this page, click on the drop-down, and then I can select any one of these. So it changes the text, but it also changes the captions that go with any of the visual literacy that's embedded in there. Now, I don't know about you all, I don't know Korean, so I need to click to show the original. If your students don't have the Google Translate extension, or they can't have it on their device for whatever reason, they can always do a right-click and select Translate To. Now mine says English because that's what we're in. Translate To, and then it will allow them to go ahead and select it this way as well. So they can do it with the extension or without the extension. Now, to get to your lesson resources, as you continue to do your reviews back at your schools, at the very top here, table of contents, you're going to see your chapters. In some of your courses, you first see your unit, and then the module, and then the lesson. So in order to get down to the lesson level, you'll notice that there is an arrow to the far right-hand side of each chapter. Click on the arrow, and then that gives you your lesson resources. Once you're at the lesson level, every lesson gives you 2 presentations. One is the digital presentation that you can launch up here, and you do have the ability to edit it. As you scroll further down, in the digital file folder titled Teacher Planning Resources, this is where you have the downloadable PowerPoint. Once you download that PowerPoint, it is yours. You can do to it whatever you would like. You can add to it, you can remove things from it. It is yours. The original one will always stay up here online for any other teacher to use. Everything that you need in order to lead your students on that lesson, as far as resources, labs, everything is here. If you want to assign anything for your students within our platform, you just click that assign button and it walks you through the steps. Now, how many of you have been teaching for more than 2 years? Pretty much everybody. Rebecca, are you my only new teacher? You are. How many years?
Technically, it would be 2.5.
2.5, okay. No, okay, she's like, but technically, no. Okay, so the reason why I ask is this. Those of you that are veteran teachers, how many of you are thinking, Nancy, I like that you give us a lot of resources, but I have my own video, I have my own images, I have my own PDF that I like to use with my students. You can still use them. Down here at the very bottom, Teacher added resources. You can upload a resource, a Word document, a PDF, a PowerPoint. If you want your PowerPoint instead of ours, that's perfectly fine. You can even bring in a video link, okay? It could be a YouTube video that you want your students to access. Once you bring in any resource, you have the ability to make it a digital assignment within our platform, or you can also add it to that digital presentation. Now, every once in a while, even though we have our own resources, we might want additional lab simulations or an additional article, but we want to make sure that it goes with the content that goes with our books, right? So one of the things that Mike mentioned earlier was actively learn. Everybody gets actively learn. It doesn't matter if, yes, okay. I'm like, you have a question? I'm like, so everybody gets actively learn. It'll already be embedded. You're not going out to a separate site. This is an ever-growing library of resources. This is not an additional cost. Everything that I'm showing you already comes with the program. We can filter by grade level, by Lexile, by content area. But more important, when you go in here, you're going to see your courses. I'm going to go into Earth for right now. This are the same chapters that are in your student edition. When you click on any one of the modules or any one of the chapters, you'll have videos, you'll have articles, you'll have digital simulations. I can open up this article. Teacher instructions or teacher support is going to be over on the right-hand side. This article was already created with questions, with highlights, with links. Now, you can keep this, and down here at the bottom, I could say, assign it to my class the way that it is. I don't want to make any changes. Or you also have the ability to click Customize. And when you click Customize, you can pin questions, you can delete questions, you can select a section and insert your own question. You can insert a note, a link. You can even white it out. If you're like, you know what, I don't want my students to focus on that information just yet because we're going to cover that later on. I can click on whiting it out, and it's like it never existed. My students will never know it's there. Yes, ma'am.
Because sometimes our connectivity in the classroom is not ideal. So I just wanted to look and see what the printable version would be like if I had to go that route. Thank you.
Nope. So let me cancel that. So yeah, you can do anything you want to this article. Another question that came up in another presentation was, if I make changes to this, like let's say we're doing grade level planning or course planning, if I make changes to this, can I then share it with other teachers at my school or even with other teachers in another building? I have a friend that works at another school. I want to share it. Yes, you can make any kind of modifications and then share it out. The last thing that I'll show you with Actively Learn is when you go into the settings, students and teachers have the ability to adjust the spacing, the text. So if you wanted less pages, I want to make the font a little bit smaller. Or if you have any students that need dyslexic settings turned on, you can easily do so for those students that need those settings as well. So there's a lot that you can do. Last thing I'll tell you about Actively Learn. You have your own PDF. You want to bring in your PDF, you can bring in your stuff in here as well. You have a video that you want to embed questions into, you can bring in that video in here as well. So teachers, I've shared with you a lot, but obviously we know that in order to have a successful implementation of any curriculum, professional development plays a key component. So we of course have a team of curriculum specialists, but we also have a video collection thanks to our authorship. So if you want to do a little bit of PD in your PJs, you also have that option. And we have on the screen, real quickly, just all of the reasons, everything that is an exclusive to McGraw-Hill Florida Science. We are the only ones that are giving you that digital co-teacher LearnSmart. We are the only ones that have that ever-growing library of resources, not just within our platform, but also with Actively Learn. We're going to continue to add more articles, more videos, more resources. Of course, our exclusive partnerships with If Then and our premium partnership with Kahoots. So, with that being said, I think I only have about maybe 3 more minutes. Any questions, any concerns, anything I can answer for you? Yes?
Are the Kahoots editable?
So they're not editable as of right now. That's a question that we've gotten. So there might be a possibility where you will be able. Now, if you have your own personal account and you want to keep your own personal account, you can definitely continue to edit the Kahoots. But the ones that we're giving you are ready for you to just go ahead and use with your students.
Yeah, they've been fully vetted, so you don't have to worry. They're not going anywhere outside the platform.
Yeah.
So
What else?
The digital experience is on the second page of this guide that's in your bags. Go ahead on there and compare our digital experience to our friendly competitors and see what you think. You're not going to break anything. You can use it in your classroom now if you like. We're running up against the clock. Mr. Ryan is saying that we're about finished. The bags,
1 minute.
the bags are yours to take with you, any information you have in there. I have extra bags, so if you wanted to take an earth back to a teacher, or physics or physical science, whatever, happy to give you another bag, and you can take that back to your teachers. This is the full teacher edition that's in your bag, so you'll have an extra teacher edition if you do choose McGraw-Hill. Any other questions? Anything that we're missing?
Yep.
All right.
Can I use my last couple of seconds? I'm looking at the clock. What were some of the things that you think are the most beneficial from everything that I shared with you all today? Whether it's for you or for your students. Offline access, the K-12 portal app. What else?
Changing lifestyle levels.
That's a big piece because we know that not all students are reading on grade level.
All right, I hate to cut us off. It's 10:15, but she got a couple in there, so it's good. Yeah, I am. I have to be the bad guy today. I do.
Examination, we actually moved to McGraw-Hill as your choice for Florida. McGraw-Hill Science. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
All right, so we will be on break until 10:30. We have one more, and then we'll break for lunch. Just so we know, lunch will be in here. We'll bring it down so you guys can eat, and then I'll talk about lunch after the next presentation. So 10:30, we'll reconvene.
How you guys doing this morning? We have a small group. My name is Krista Stringfellow. I'm the account executive, and joining me today is Michelle Farrell, our, I was about to call her account executive, our academic specialist.
Good morning.
So we're going to spend just a little bit of time with you guys. Michelle said she did an assessment. We've got the majority chemistry and then one physics person by himself. So we've made a concerted effort to make it inclusive so that you'll be able to see some of the features. Well, all the features are the same, but we're going to go into some of the scopes for physics as well. So with that said, let's go ahead and get started. So we tend to think of ourselves as the originators or the OGs of the constructivist approach. We've been doing it for 10 plus years. And so we focus on those 5 E's: engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluate. And we add in an I for intervention and an A for acceleration, because we don't have cookie cutter students. So we want to be able to make sure that we're able to tailor our instruction to meet the needs of all of our learners. Our product is 100% aligned to the Florida academic standards. You'll also find that we have, how many of you guys are familiar with our program? Who's familiar with STEM Scopes? Nobody? Okay, so it'll be a brand new platform for all of you guys. But we also focus on engaging phenomenon, and I'll point some of those pieces out for you, as well as differentiation. And you're going to hear me talk frequently about progress monitoring. As teachers, we have a level of accountability to our higher ups, and so we want the students to have that same level of accountability and be able to progress monitor and track their own work as well. So for now, I'd like to know, just give me some answers. What do you want to see in your new curriculum? And you guys can just share those out. Michelle's going to jot those down for us over on the Post-it. What do you guys want to see in your new curriculum? What are some of the things that you would like to see in your new curriculum? Labs. Offline capabilities. Language support. Low cost. Okay, anything else? No one? All right, so we're going to focus on these, and then we're going to kind of check those off as we're going through. All right, so let's go ahead and focus on some of our key components. It is 100% standards aligned. You'll also see that we focus on the 5E instruction. I mentioned that a second ago. We have the hands-on. That's going to include our hands-on activities as well as virtual. We have simulations as well. You'll see that we also have assessments. That's important. Differentiation I just mentioned to you guys. And we also provide it in both English and in Spanish, and we have the flexibility of print and digital, because we live in a world of technology, but you know, I'm a little old school, so I like the traditional way and having the paper and pencil as an option for our students as well. And we also want to be able to accommodate our students in their different learning modalities. Everybody's not friendly with the technology. Some kids may be visual learners and they want the paper and pencil in front of them. So we are going to be able to accommodate in that regard. So let's talk about our print and kits. And Michelle's going to actually show you those as I talk about them. The first one is our student notebook. And this is going to be our consumable that you get year over year. And it's going to include things like our stop and jot. The stop and jot is where we have the kids take a moment and just kind of reflect on what they are learning in each of the lessons. And you're going to find those embedded throughout the lessons. We also have the inclusion of lab sheets with embedded CERs. That's claims, evidence, and reasoning as well. Now, for our STEMscopedia, that is our hardcover consumable. And so you will get, based on your district's decision how they want to purchase, you should get a class set. Now, here's the thing about the class set. I'm going to show you guys this online as well. You have the option of allowing the students to take this book home, but of course, for fear that it may not come back, the book, not the students, then we want to make sure that we've got something in place where they can take maybe a handout or the packet from what they're seeing in the book. And I'm going to show you guys that in just a second. But with our STEMscopedia, that's going to include a think about it. We want the kids to reflect. That check for understanding that I just mentioned, Michelle is going to show you guys where that's located in the STEMscopedia. And they will see that repeatedly throughout the lesson. So it's not just one stop and jot. Like every few pages, when they get, we're doing those pulse checks to see how well they are understanding the lesson. Because what we don't want at the end of the lesson is for them to say, I don't get it. So we want to make sure that, isn't that their language? That's what they say. So, and I've been out of the classroom for years, so they're still saying it. So we want to make sure that they are able to have that level of understanding as they're moving through the lesson. And we also provide what's called a scientist in the spotlight, or a STEM career. The kids are starting to think about their future and what they want to do. So we share some information with them. They'll read about a scientist and the work that he or she has been doing in the world of science, or they may read about a science career. Now, for our teacher edition, we've put our teacher edition together in a way where it's going to be a tool that's going to help you navigate as you plan and prepare for the lesson. So you have an opportunity to plan. You're going to also find that we put facilitation tips throughout the entire teacher guide. This is a way for you to have some ideas and recommendations on how you may want to ramp up the lesson. We also provide a section for you to do some note-taking. While you're working with your students in your lesson, you're able to make observations, identify, hey, I think this is going to be good the next time I do this lesson, which is then going to move you into the reflect and enhance. What worked with the lesson? What didn't work? How can I take this lesson, make modifications, and elevate it the next time that I'm able to use this lesson? And so you're going to also see that we have our teacher guide in both print and digital as well. And so this is something that we're including with the adoption. We have STEMscope streaming. This is going to be included for our high school students, giving them an opportunity to really see some new and engaging ways of science phenomenon. And so they're going to be able to see that we've got videos, we've got photos, we've got news, and then we also have integrated activities for them to be able to work through while looking at the BBC Learning videos. Some of our features for our product. We have a Spanish functionality, and that's as simple as a click of a button. I'll show you guys that when we go into the platform. You don't even have to walk the students through it. They have access to it. Both students and teachers have access to the Spanish functionality. And we also provide the accessibility features, which is going to include that text-to-speech. You'll also see that we include highlighting tool, as well as students will have an opportunity to make comments while doing some note-taking.
And along with that accessibility, those accessibility features, we do allow for the student to change the color of the font, the size of the font, the type of the font. They can change the voice that's speaking to them. They can highlight and comment, like Krista mentioned, as well as for our visual learners who need that contrast, the different screen contrast. They can change how dark the screen is. Many features for our students so they can access it.
And then, of course, we play nicely with most integration and LMS, most rostering and LMS integration systems. So the student platform. When the students log in, this is just a glimpse for you to see what it looks like. When the students log in, they're able to see whatever you assign for them to have access to. And when going in, they can click on a scope. Now keep in mind, a scope, that's what we call a lesson or a chapter, because we're STEMscopes, hence scope. So you see what I did there. So we have a chapter or a lesson, and so the students are able to go in and they can click on and access any scope simply by clicking on the scope tile. Students will also be able to view and complete their assignments, and this is going to give them the opportunity to track and monitor their learning. We want the students to have that accountability, because once they're able to track their lessons and track their work, and they start to see the progress and they start to see the success, that's where the aha moments take place. So we want them to be able to visually see and track and monitor their own progress as well. And of course, we've made grading easier for you as the teacher. We want to be able to give you back some of your teacher time. So you have the ability to grade by student. You can grade by one class, by all classes, and we also provide viewing, filtering, and sorting options for you as well. So we also include the assessment package. You guys are new to STEMscopes, but with the previous adoption, it was a separate purchase. With this adoption, it is included, and that's going to give you the beginning of the year assessment, the end of the year assessment. You'll also see that we have a bank of test items. Teachers can go in and search by standards. You can also go in and create your own assessments using our bank of items. And as well, you'll be able to see that we have the technology enhanced questions. The students are going to be moving to the state assessment on computer at some time, correct? So we want to get them familiar with those different technology enhanced items like a drag and drop or a multi-select. And so you'll see that we have those features in our assessments as well. And professional development, we understand and we know how important professional development is when you're going through an adoption. And so we provide that implementation training for you year over year to make sure that you are kept abreast of what is going on with the program and how we can best suit you and support your district. So let's go into the digital platform. So I'm going to take you guys on a journey through the digital platform, and I'm going to show you, we're going to look at a couple of different lessons just so that you can see a variety of the features. And so we're going to start out with a chemistry lesson, the gas laws. And when you first log in, this is what you're going to see. This is our content standards. You'll see that we provide the essential questions. You'll also see that we provide learning objectives, and we do so in student-friendly language. I'm going to come back to that and make the connection of why this is important. And then we also have spiraling opportunities to other scopes. Now, for teachers to get started, this is a good starting point. These features over here on the left side, they're called our scope resources. These are also found in your teacher edition. So you can see that we have these in your teacher edition as well. So if you don't, oh, I'm sorry, Michelle. So if you don't want to take your teacher edition home, then you have these features available digitally as well. Our teacher background. The teacher background is going to provide you with an understanding of the science content, a review. And so whether you are a new teacher that's just getting started in the world of science, or you are a veteran looking for a way to elevate your lessons, this is a good starting point for our teachers. Our standards provide an in-depth look at all of the standards, which is going to include our nature of science standards. We also provide the related access points for students with cognitive disabilities. You'll also find that we have the I CAN statements. The I CAN statements are going to be used with students with their progress monitoring. And we have the vertical alignment, which in this case is going to give students a flashback to where they were with their learning versus a flash forward would be able to identify where they're going to go with their learning. Here we have the best math MTR standards, the best ELA EE standards, as well as the English language development standards. Now, our science outside of the classroom, this is our home school connection. And so this is a document or a handout that you can send home with your student to their parent or guardian. And this is going to give the parent or guardian an opportunity to be made aware and kept abreast of what the students are working on in class. And so we take it a step further because we also provide an activity for students to do in the home with their parent or guardian. I had a person ask at a training once before if they could do this with their sibling, an older sibling. Absolutely. It's being done in the home, and the engagement piece is there so that, and I mean, sometimes, I can't get my son to do much with me. So if we can get the sibling to be engaged and the student is more receptive, then absolutely. Now, we also have, when you're looking at the question prompts, we know that rigor is important, and so we provide a feature of questions that teachers can use throughout instruction. And so with these questions, you'll see that we use Bloom's taxonomy and Webb's depth of knowledge, so that you're going to see that these questions are going to range from simplified to more complex questions. And these are questions that you can just pull at any point throughout the instruction and do a check for understanding. You might want to use it as a bell ringer. You might want to use it as an exit ticket, but these are just some features that we have available for you when we're trying to monitor student learning. So let's go into the E's. The first E we're going to look at is the engage, and this is where we want to hook the student and see what the students are already coming to us equipped with. So we do so with 2 assessments. We have the pre-assessment, and then we have the accessing prior knowledge, or the APK. With the pre-assessment, you'll see that this is a 5-question formative assessment that can be done digitally or in print. And the students have an opportunity to just go in and answer the questions. And again, the goal is for you to identify what skills or what understanding the students are coming already equipped with. You also have the option, if you want, to just populate this on a whiteboard, have them put it into their journals, write 1 through 5, and answer the questions. But this is just to let you know that you've got a variety of ways in how you can present this to your students. Now, with the accessing prior knowledge, this is going to be an activity, and this may be done whole group. It may be an activity that you guys may do with the students in small groups, or they may work in individual or at tables. The goal is for them to work through an activity, and then in this one, they're actually going to state whether they agree or disagree, and then explain their reasoning, because again, we want to see what the students already know. And with this, what will happen is then you'll be able to go back, and you as the teacher will be able to identify those misconceptions and begin to plan for differentiation using that RTI tiers 1, 2, and 3, as well as language support. We provide the language support at the different proficiency levels as well. Also in the Engage is the scope phenomenon. Now, this is where we want to pique the students' interest, and it's done with a video or some sort of activity where we make that science content connect to real-world encounters or real-world experiences. And you've heard me talk about the progress monitoring. So this is what the progress monitoring tool looks like. And this, again, can be done in print or in digital. And so the students will have 3 checkpoints to go in and to do their progress monitoring. You're going to see it at the pre-assessment. We're going to have them pull it out again at the pulse check, which I'll talk about shortly. And we're going to have them pull it out again the 3rd time when they're doing their scope assessment at the end. But again, we want the students to be able to monitor their progress as well. Moving into the Explorer, this is where all of your activities are going to be. And if you notice, this has 2 Explorers. You'll always have at least 1 Explorer activity, hands-on, and you'll always have 1 virtual Explorer. But you could have more hands-on activities depending on the standards. And so for this one, we actually have 2, and we're actually looking for 2 volunteers because we're going to do really quickly a modified version of the gas exploration.
Well, Krista, how about this? I actually
because it's a small group.
Yes, I just
put
all the materials out. Are you game?
All right,
Are you game with that?
Okay. So everybody, I didn't know that we had changed it, but that's fine because we have
My
she's
fault.
right. We have
My
a small group. So you guys are now going to engage with our activity, and Michelle's going to take the lead on this one.
All right, well, good morning. So what we're doing is this Explorer, like Krista said, this actual scope or chapter has 2 hands-on Explorers and a virtual. We're going to do one of the Explorers, and there are 7 stations for this Explorer. We're going to look at just Station 4 or Activity 4, and I gave you a handout. I just gave you just Station 4, and you'll notice that we're going to be talking about Boyle's Law here. So I'd like for you to take out your plunger, put the marshmallow in, and predict what do you think is going to happen when you compress the plunger. So go ahead and explore. What's happening? What are you seeing? Has anyone tried to put their finger on the end of the plunger and do it? What are you noticing? Okay, and then when you take it out and you do it again, how does this relate to Boyle's Law then? Do you see a relationship here? Absolutely, thank you. So this is just a quick little activity that we have in our scope for you, just to do one of those stations. Krista, I'm going to turn it back over to you. Just want to do it real quickly.
An example of one of the hands-on Explorers. I want to show you guys the virtual. So this is a simulation, and we're going to stick with, if I can get it, let's see. Oh, the internet has been so good to me. Come on, internet gods. Here we go. All right. And so we've been working with Boyle's Law, so I'll just stick with it, right?
You see the similarity here? Now we did it with the syringe and the marshmallow, but here you're actually seeing it a different way. And so the students can then explore all those different laws virtually, where they're manipulating variables to see what actually occurs.
So that's the Explore tab with both our virtual and our hands-on.
And I want to point something out, Krista. Sure. In the student notebook, we have lab sheets, interactive science notebook pages. How many of you do left side, right side in your classrooms with your students with your notebooks? Anyone do that? If you did, we have that set up for you. But each one of our labs, the hands-on investigations and the virtual investigations, there are lab sheets already pre-printed, save you time at the copy machine, right? All ready to go. And you get one of these free for the next 5 years with your purchase. So it comes with your purchase.
Okay, so in the Explain, we talked about the interactive science notebook, but remember I mentioned to you guys the STEMscopedia, and if you guys don't want to have the students to take the STEMscopedia home, you'll see that we also provided for you where you can print out the handouts for them. And this is what I was making reference to, where we've got that check for understanding or that stop and jot. And so you'll see as the students are working through the lesson, they're going to have multiple opportunities to do a stop and jot. Because again, we don't want any surprises when they get to the end of the lesson. And remember I mentioned to you guys the Scientists in the Spotlight. This is also where you would find that. So actually this one is a Scientist in the Spotlight. It's an opportunity for students to be able to read about a scientist as well. You'll also find that we provide the vocabulary. Now the vocabulary, it's also available digitally for our students, but then you also have the option, if you guys are looking to populate a word wall, you'll see that the same thing that you're seeing here is what the students see when they're looking at it digitally. But then you have the option to put this up as a word wall if you wanted to. Now, the post check. The post check is a mid-scope assessment. We want to stop and have the kids to take a quick assessment. It's a 5-question assessment because we've worked through a couple of things in the lesson up to this point. Let's stop and see what their understanding is. And so with that assessment, again, you have the option to have them to do this digitally as well or print. And the great thing about this is when the kids go in, they may actually in the post check, I don't think there's one in here, but sometimes you'll find that we also include those technology enhanced item types in the post check as well.
Now, one question real quick.
Sure.
While you're searching for that. So like we don't have access to that though yet, right? Like I pulled up the link online from our Edincredible and was trying to like.
You absolutely have access. That's a great question. So,
How do I get there?
okay, so I'm going to show you from in the folder
Go ahead.
at the end.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Now?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I'm the timetable. I like to kind of follow along and know what's going on.
So in your folders, what we've provided for you, and thank you for that. Great. This is great because then you weren't able to see, you weren't experiencing what we were. So what you need to do, if you're going by the site on your website, it's only going to take you to our demo. The full platform, you need to go ahead and log in using in creating your own personalized account from this card, and then on the back is the actual URL that you would put in your credentials. And the other thing I wanted to point out is I completed your look fors for you so that just to help you find where things are. And because you're doing a lot, you can't remember everything. So I've gone in and did your look fors for you just to aid in your evaluation.
Okay,
Thanks for bringing that up.
So while you guys are doing that, I'm also going to talk to you guys about the Elaborate. The Elaborate is where you guys are going to see that cross-curriculum learning, where we provide a variety of activities that's being streamlined through other content areas. And so for one of those, I want to talk about the Math Connection. The Math Connection, this is where you guys are going to have an opportunity to introduce or re-emphasize or have the kids focus on data literacy.
So I know we're always as teachers looking to how can we increase our students' data literacy. Through our product, we have multiple ways. One is this Math Connection that you get for every scope or chapter. And then Chris is going to show you others.
So we do have another one I want to show you guys. I'm going to jump into a different lesson just to give you guys a variety. We're going to go into thermodynamics. And in this lesson, when you click on the virtual experience, this is what we call TUVA data sets. Can everybody see this? Yeah?
Who knows about TUVA? Anyone use TUVA in your classroom? Oh, you are going to absolutely love this. With our partnership with TUVA, you're going to be able to have your students utilize real-time data.
So in this one, we're going to pull over, or we're going to click on the wall insulation. And the goal here is for us to be able to identify, we had to add in a different color for the wall insulation. So we're going to pull temperature over to the x-axis. And so now you're able to see the temperature with an insulated and non-insulated for the wall. And then we're going to do, let's see, number of hydrogen molecules. We'll do that one also. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me start over
And
real
so
quick.
these data sets come from NOAA, come from NASA, come from CDC. So it's real data. It's hard as teachers to get that real data to work with, and your students can manipulate that data that we have in a variety of ways. And there are step-by-step directions for you as the teacher to facilitate using our TUVA data sets, as well as question prompts and directions for the students.
And this can be used for math and science instruction. Okay, so that is our Elaborate. I want to show you one more section of the Elaborate, and that's the Science Today. And in the Science Today, this is going to be an opportunity for you to have the students to read an article. We have a partnership with Associated Press. So students will have an opportunity to read an article, and then while reading the article, they'll have a chance to annotate the text. This is going to further assist them and monitor their learning while they're reading. How many of you guys do PhET simulations? You guys are familiar with PhET? Okay, I said I was just going to show one more. I'm going to show a PhET also. So in the PhET, let me move all of these out.
So we also have PhET integrated into our curriculum as well, where you don't have to go outside for any of these things. They're embedded right within our 5E platform.
So now when we're under Elaborate, and I just went under Elaborate and we did a TUVA, I'm in a different lesson because they're spread out throughout the lessons. I'm in a different lesson. I'm in a physics lesson now. I'm in a physics lesson now.
He's like, okay.
And we're doing a PhET simulation. He's over there playing Sudoku. No, I'm just kidding. So in the PhET simulation, this is another opportunity for students to focus on forces and motions. But the goal is, let's see.
Have you used this PhET with your students, this specific one?
Not that specific.
Okay.
Okay, so then we're going to do all of these.
And it looked like most of you do utilize PhET, so you're very familiar. And again, we provide the directions,
right,
activity sheets for the students.
So you see, this is an exercise, but then when you go into the instructions, it's going to tell them what they should be doing. They're focusing on acceleration, but they're checking all the boxes, and then they're going to move their mouse or finger. We want to move this to 100 newtons. And then the question follows up, is that enough to see some friction? And then the next question will ask, how far do they need to go? So they're making these assessments. So we're going to go, so now we're at 126. You see, we're starting to see some motion. Oh, I stopped. But it's a step-by-step for students to be able to navigate through the simulation, but then also using this document to answer the questions while doing so. Okay? Now, also, we have under our Evaluate. So that's we moved through the lesson up to the 5 E's of Elaborate. With the Evaluate, now we want to be able to assess the students' understanding at this point in the lesson. And so we provide 2 assessments. We have a claims, evidence, reasoning, and a scope assessment. Now, with the claim, evidence, reasoning, this is an opportunity for students to, again, do it digitally, or they have the option to do it in print. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of let me see, let me go to the actual print. I jumped ahead, I was thinking about the scope assessment. So with the claims, evidence, reasoning, the students are provided a scenario, they're given the data, and once they've been given the data, they move down, and then they are provided with a prompt where they have to state their claim, give their evidence, and then give their reasoning.
And we have two kinds of claim evidence reasoning tasks. We have embedded CERs during our explore phase with the students as they're completing those investigations. And then what Krista's showing you is a summative CER for you for evaluation purposes.
So here's what's great about the CERs. I used to be a classroom teacher. I taught middle and high school, and I'm ELA, so that's why Michelle jumps in to do a lot of the logistics. You see, I get quiet, know your specialty, know your strengths. But I remember being in the classroom, and I remember when kids are doing a simple multiple choice, we really can't assess. They could get the answers correct. They may kind of, guess when moving through certain pieces. But when you have them doing something where they've got to really be able to think, and they've got to really be able to dictate, and they've got to be able to let you know and explain to them, translate for you their level of understanding, there's nowhere to hide with a CER. You've got to be able to adequately position yourself so that you as the teacher will be able to say, okay, yeah, he gets it. Okay, she understands it. Okay, there were some pieces that she understood. There were some pieces that he didn't understand, but I can see where the learning is taking place. And so that's why we have the CER throughout each of the lessons. But we also do provide a assessment, like Michelle said, the summative assessment with the scope. And so with the scope assessment, this is going to be a 10-question assessment. It can be done digitally or in print as well. And the students will have an opportunity to go through and answer the questions. And here I want you guys to see, remember I talked to you guys about those technology-enhanced item types? This is what we call a multi-select. So the students have to choose more than one question, more than one response. And then this one is actually using this picture. And with this picture, they have a part A and a part B. So now this is one component that I wanted to focus on, but I want to show you guys, if you go in and you click on the file again and look at the answer key, as the teacher, of course you're going to be provided with the answers, but you'll get a chance also to see the types of questions that they were asked. This MS means multi-select. We provide the key down here for you so that you'll know the item type. We also provide the depth of knowledge for each question, but if you scroll a little further down, not only do we give you guys the correct answer, we also give you an explanation for the incorrect answer. So if you guys wanted to do an item analysis with your students, this is going to be a great way for you to have healthy discussions with them about why they got their answer or why they may have gotten their answer incorrect. Now, someone asked about offline mode. We do have the offline mode feature available. Students are able to download information. This is throughout the entire program. And then once they log back into the internet, it uploads and it pushes right out to the teacher. So we do have the offline mode available as well. Okay, so let me see. We've talked about the labs, offline mode, low cost. Our program, I don't know what the competitors are offering, so of course I can say our program is low cost, period. Language support.
I can speak to that a little bit.
Okay, all right.
So what they try to do, what our curriculum writers tried to do was to have items that are everyday items that you can get in your normal science lab materials, especially for those specific kind of specific scientific instruments. I can't speak today, I apologize. And if not, then it's something you can get at a local dollar store, something low cost. As you saw, we use today syringes. You can get 100 of them really cheap. Marshmallows are pretty cheap out there.
Okay, so we've moved through all of the 5 E's, and now we want to be able to determine and identify where do we want to take our students with their learning. Do they have an understanding of the lesson where we can move them into accelerate, or is it a situation where they may need a little bit more assistance or remediation? Do we move them into an intervention? And so these are those 2 extensions that we provide as well, which with the intervention, you're going to find that we move the students into small group. And in the small group setting, this is going to be guided practice by you as the teacher. They have an opportunity to work through a series of activities because, again, these are the students that haven't necessarily got the lesson, so we want to work with them in a more intimate setting, small group setting, to help them further understand and make connections to the lesson. And so the great thing about the intervention is once the students have had an opportunity to work through the intervention, as a teacher, we've got to still be able to assess their level of understanding. So then we provide what's called a concept attainment quiz. And with this quiz, this is going to be another opportunity for students to be assessed to determine their understanding of the lesson at this point. And so you'll always see that we may provide vocabulary words, we may have a fill in the blank with the definitions, but you'll always also see that we provide that short answer response because, again, when we have them doing those short answer responses, it's really difficult for them to be able to fly under the radar when we're asking for them to explain to us, you know, their level of understanding. Now, for our students that have shown mastery, we move them into acceleration. How many of you guys use choice boards? No? So with choice boards, you have the opportunity to allow the students the autonomy and the freedom to choose what they want to do next. Because remember, these are the students that have shown mastery. They get it. They understand the lesson. And so with the choice board, the students can choose anything from a scientist in the spotlight. They're already familiar with the scientists in the spotlight because they've been reading about them throughout the lesson. So now they have a chance to identify a new scientist, and then they will go and research that particular scientist and then complete an activity or an exercise. So for this one, they have the option to create a informational poster or a diorama, a speech to convey the scientist's work in that field, or they may have an opportunity. You'll see we've got just a variety. So when we say choice board, we do give them choices where they can choose a different activity. And now once they finish that activity, we want them to then do a self-assessment. Hey, how did you enjoy the effort? You know, how was the lesson? How did you enjoy the lesson? You know, which part of the project are you most proud of? Because this is their ownership, this is their work. And then also we have a space for you as the teacher to provide feedback. And so this is an opportunity for the students to choose their own lesson. And so now that is our dashboard, our platform in a summary, but I do want to show you guys one more piece. If you guys click on resources and then you go to planning with STEM scopes, you'll see right over here we have suggested scope order. So we do provide a scope and sequence for you guys. So if you're looking to just get an idea of the lessons in terms of how long it'll take. And again, this is just a recommendation. These are all just suggestions. So this is chemistry, giving you the number of instructional days, as well as here's physics.
And that's to do the main components of each of our scopes. Of course, we've given you a plethora of activities to enrich, to intervene, and to reinforce. So you can modify this accordingly, and when you go into your platform and you set up your year, you can change the scope order around, change the number of instructional days there, so that you can individualize it for your specific classroom and your students.
And with that, I do want to show you the planning guide also. This is going to give you, this is a suggested scope calendar. These are just recommendations, but it kind of gives you an idea of how you may want to map out your lessons from day to day throughout the week.
And this is assuming a 45-minute schedule, period. How long is your period in the day? Okay, so this would be perfect to just fit right into what you have.
Okay, questions?
You already answered this. I turned my ears off for half a second.
Oh, sure. Okay, so what you're going to do is, thank you for segueing into the folder again. I appreciate it because this will be good for everyone. So you're going to go in and create your own unique username and password so that only you can be in on it only one person can be in on it at a time. And then on the other side of the card, that's where you would log in and put your credentials, okay? Oh, do the side.
I was on step 2 and I'm like, okay.
And then we gave you a place to put your information there in those boxes to help you out. Great question.
Any more questions? So listen, if you guys happen to come across any questions after you've gone in and kind of played around in the platform, please send those questions to Ryan, and then Ryan will get them to me. I am tethered to my email, so once he gets them to me, I respond as quickly as possible. So by all means, if you come across any questions, please don't hesitate to get those to Ryan, and he'll get them to me, because ultimately our goal is to make sure that you got everything that you need to be able to make a concise decision when it comes to selecting and identifying the program that you're going to be using for the next 5 years.
And since we do have a couple minutes, I was just wondering, so thinking about what you were looking for, is there anything that we didn't mention? Because we did not show you everything that we offer. We just did this in a limited time frame. So if there's something else that you're looking for, we might be able to show you so that you can see easily. We're all good?
You kind of don't know what you don't know, right? I got to get logged in first. I understand.
Don't forget, I did your look for us for you, so that'll assist you when you're looking as well. Well, thank you so much.
And again, if you come across any questions once you guys get into the platform, please don't hesitate to get those over to Ryan, and I'll get those responses for you as quickly as possible. So thank you guys for the time. We appreciate you all being here. We appreciate you all giving us the opportunity to be here, and we look forward to hopefully having a potentially long-term relationship and partnership with you guys. Thank you.
I want to thank Accelerate for coming out and showing us what they have. So we will be on break for lunch. It is a few minutes before 11:15, so we'll reconvene at 12:15 for our next presentation. But lunch is in the back. We're going to set it out. So feel free to grab some food, eat in here. If you want to go outside and eat, you're welcome to. Y'all aren't hostages. So if y'all need to go run an errand, run to the bank, run to Publix, whatever you need to do, feel free to do that. We try to give you an hour, so we know you don't get lunch typically, so we try to give you a little extended break. So take advantage of it, right? So we'll reconvene at 12:15. Thank you. come back into session, and I will turn the floor over to Savis, and they will talk to you about chemistry and physics.
Thank you, Ryan. We appreciate it. Hey, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. We've got a lot to cover. We've got two subject matters, chemistry and physics, of course. These are brand new to the state of Florida. What you have in your bag is you do have some information on your sign-in for your demo access. So what we do want you to do once you start to do your review is go in and take some resources out of it and also teach it in your classroom, because that's going to be the best way to actually make your review, is because you're going to be teaching out of this for the next, 5, 6, possibly 7 years. You never know with the state. Yes, possibly.
Next 50 years.
You might be. And so then we encourage that, so we want you to use that. But you're going to see a lot of great online resources that will go along with the print resources you have in front of you today, and Ricardo's going to lead you through that. So we've built in a little Q&A at the end, so if there's any questions that you may have, feel free to just hold, or if it just spur of the moment you want to ask at that time, we can handle that too, since the crowds are small. So I'm going to hand it over to Ricardo.
Thanks, Ty. Appreciate it. And good afternoon, everyone. And ooh, it's the after lunch period. It's all right. We got this. That's why I'm hyped up on coffee. All right. So we got this. So again, thank you so much for being with us today. And I actually want to start off by asking you a question, which is, what do you remember from being inside of your physics and chemistry class when you were a student? What were your favorite things about being in there? Say it again?
Labs.
Oh, is there any lab that stick out to you?
We made ice cream.
Oh, but, so chemistry then, right? Okay, so made ice cream and chemistry.
Well, I didn't have a very good chemistry experience in high school.
Uh-huh.
I do remember we paid $5 to get a little kit of stuff with apron and all, and different little, and we really didn't use it very much. We didn't do a whole lot of lab work, which I was looking forward to, and we didn't for some, I don't know what the deal was, but we ended up not doing it. So for me, I love labs, and it was kind of disappointing experience for me.
Okay. Do you want to do that to your students?
No, of course not.
No, right? So she was disappointed. She thought it was going to be super awesome, right? Notice that nobody said, oh, we just loved reading from the textbook. It was so cool, right? I love making the flashcards and making all the notes and Cornell notes. Yes, they are good, right? Yeah. But those were not your favorite parts. Your favorite parts were the labs. Using that Bunsen burner first time, right? The sections like in biology. Or did anybody do throwing the egg outside of the window or down the stairs, right? Seeing if yourself would save it? Of course. Those are the things that you remember from being inside of your classroom. And those are our core memories because we were experiencing science. That's what we want to do for our students. We want to make sure that they are experiencing science because that's what they will be able to remember and want to be in our classrooms, right? Yes, there is text. I know that you know how to use a textbook, right? But also what gets the kids engaged inside of our classrooms. So the first thing that's going to get them engaged is the fact that each chapter starts off with a Florida phenomena. Okay, so starting off with a relatable phenomena for our students that they can automatically interact with. And then we want to make sure that they are active students in our classroom. They're going through these active experiences, not passive, not just sitting back and getting information, because that just goes right through them, right? We want to make sure that they're as much hands-on as possible. And that phenomena that we mentioned earlier is not just a topic opener, we revisit it, right? So they're going to go back to it and then apply what they've learned into new scenarios. And this is actually the suggestion from the Florida Department of Education. So from the Florida DOE, this is the way that they want science to be done as they've seen it to be the most effective. So in your bags, you should have received some of these materials already. Of chemistry, you should have seen a student edition, a teacher guide, and there are optional lab kits. So you mentioned you wanted to do labs in your classroom. There are optional lab kits that are available. Physics, you have one extra workbook in there that you should see a physics and math skills workbook, since physics is that application of math inside of the classroom. So we want to make sure our students are able to get all of that support. And Ty mentioned earlier that login information, everything that you have physically, you also have available online, okay? So you can do everything fully print, or you can mix it in there with some of the digital resources. And if your students need it, I want to say this now in case I forget later, each chapter of the e-text can be downloaded. And I want to say it as a chapter, because a lot of times what happens with our students when they have tablets, right, or the laptops, they're like, Mr. Sinclair, I don't have space to download a book. What do you want me to learn with this thing? What about my video games that I have here, right? That's what they want to do, and they say they don't have space. So what we've done is made sure that they're able to download a chapter at a time, so it's a smaller chunk instead of a whole e-text. So whatever chapter we're working on, they can go ahead and do that. And any work that they do offline doesn't matter. When they highlight things, when they make annotations, answer questions, when they, let's say they come back to school and automatically, yeah, right, with the Wi-Fi, it will sync up to their account so their work is not lost, all right? So that's why I want to say that. So first, let's start off with a little bit of chemistry. So here, all I'll say is that this chapter is on stoichiometry. And this is one of the phenomena videos. So if everybody could just look up here, all I want you to do is tell me what you notice, think, and wonder when you are watching this video, all right? So kind of the same thing that I would do with my students. So, you know, boys and girls, let's go ahead and watch this video together and tell me what you think. Interesting. What do you guys notice about that video? Or like what questions are going through your head as you watch that? Where's mine? Oh, okay, so somebody's hungry. Even though we just came back from lunch, someone needs dessert. Okay? What else?
Why did the cookies on the left look like they were melting, then rising, and the cookies on the right looked like they were doing nothing?
Oh, interesting. Okay? Now, I'm not going to keep doing this with you, but you can see that, one, anything that the students say, you want to take. Okay, so you mentioned that he wanted some cookies. What does that actually show? That he was watching the video, that he was paying attention, right? Yes, he noticed a difference. Of course he noticed a difference. But even if you want to say that, that's okay. Go ahead and take it, right? He's now engaged, right? Even if he didn't know it. And then you brought the question as to, like, hey, it looks like there's, what's happening on the left side, right? Do we have any bakers in here? Okay. Do you know why that happened with the batch on the left?
Didn't put oats in?
Need some oats?
Stoichiometry wrote the recipe was not correct.
Something happened with that recipe, and I actually do know what happened because I've followed recipes, and I'm like, how come it didn't come out the same? The difference there is the melted butter versus softened butter. Okay, that will give you. So the other thing is this: some people will like them crunchier like that. It's actually the exact same recipe. That is the only difference. Okay, so people like the ones on the left, or they like the more chewy, like the ones on the right. So this is kicking off that stoichiometry chapter. And yes, right now this is titled "When Recipes Go Wrong." Dun dun dun. But again, notice that everyone was engaged. We're at the very beginning of this chapter for stoichiometry, and you can see that everyone was engaged. Now, if for some reason you're like, you know, all my periods are different, so maybe I'm thinking that one of these phenomena videos and investigations wouldn't relate to one of my classes, it's okay. You have backup phenomena as well that you can use. Take a look at this one. What if I didn't want to start it off like that, and maybe I wanted a more hands-on experience for my students? This one says airbag challenge. Remember, still stoichiometry. Give students a plastic sandwich-sized zipper bag, vinegar, and baking soda. Challenge them to inflate the bag with a maximum amount of CO2 gas without breaking the bag, and keep the mass less than 12 grams. They're going to remember that day, right? And they're engaged and they're into it. Or have you ever had a student walk in with their hair colored like this? Like, Mr. Singh, they were going for the color blue. What happened? They didn't follow the directions, did they? right? You've had students go through this. Hair dye contains proportioned ingredients that are activated when they're mixed together. Ask students to predict what happens when the wrong proportions are mixed. You don't even have to ask them. They know. They've gone through these type of things, right? So today we're looking at some chemistry ones. What about physics?
Change the coastline. Take a look at these ocean waves. As you consider this phenomenon, think about what happens before, during, and after this phenomenon. Try to explain how the phenomenon happens.
Is this something that some of your students have seen before? Let me take a look. Actually, when I was here earlier, I took this screenshot. Let's see, in 2020, strong winds from Hurricane Sally brought erosion onto Destin Beach. 2 days ago, there's a video released on the Destin Fort Walton Beach in Okaloosa about the erosion that's happening there. This is something that is relatable, and you'll notice that the physics phenomena, they're bringing in practical applications of physics, right? You'll notice that you have support. Okay, so for both chemistry and physics, there's support for the teachers as to how to use these inquiry launches, how to use these phenomena along with your students, okay? Because we know that, look, if you're in here, I know that you know what you're doing with your students, but we are also getting a lot of new teachers into the profession, right? So they need that support, and that's all right. They're providing that support within that teacher's guide as to what to ask their students, how to question them properly as they're going throughout, not just this, but throughout all of the lessons, so that we don't fall back to our default questions to ask students. Think about your first year of teaching. What do we normally ask the students our first year of teaching? Hey, do you guys understand? What do they always tell you? Oh, yeah, totally understand. I'm like, wow, it's my first year. This is amazing. Do you guys have any questions? Oh, no, Mr. Sinclair, no questions. Keep going. You're doing great. And then you give them the activity to do, and you're like, you guys understood nothing. Well, like, what happened here, right? And that comes from those, actual, questioning strategies that we should have been using in the classroom. So again, your new teachers are getting that support. What about this backup phenomena? Okay, so we're talking about energy here. Related phenomena, in addition to ocean waves and changes in the coastline, consider using other phenomena to launch this investigation. Aircrafts that produce sonic booms. You live right next to Eglin, okay? Now they're not supposed to hit the sonic booms, but we can change this around a little bit. Has anyone ever taken their kids outside, had them close their eyes, and point to where they think the plane is going? Where the plane is? It's a great way, too, for them to see, oh, okay, the sound is traveling different from light, right? So we just modified that one right there, and it's practical. And since you guys live so close to Eglin, I'm sorry?
Sometimes you have to stop talking because they're too loud.
Yeah.
Just wait.
Or just scream louder. No, because then your voice goes out, right? Like, Mrs. Sinclair, why are you always drinking tea, right? So, or look, how does this rock move? Okay, so this is something very special for physics that I wanted to point out. Theoretical physics, it's hard for my students to understand. They need to be able to see it in action. What does physics actually mean? What does it actually do? So here we're asking the students, how did this rock move across the valley? Or why is that bungee jumper going up and down? Why is he coming back up after going down, right? So these are things that they can see in the real world of applications of physics. Now, it's not just supposed to be a topic opener, and then we don't come back to it. Students are supposed to work with this, right? So they're working together in a way so that they make a claim. So at the very beginning, they're making a claim. And then as they're going through the lessons, what do they gather? Starts with an E. Evidence to support their claim, right? So they're finishing off with that reasoning. So all of the phenomena will either go through the CER framework, or they'll go through that modeling activities. Okay, so they're creating either models or going through that CER framework for that phenomena. So it's purposeful. It's there for a reason. Now in your teacher's guide, you'll notice that everything follows the state standards, of course, and the 5E model. Okay, so your lesson plans are pretty much created for you already. They are downloadable and editable in case you need them. And we do have a partnership with Flynn Scientific, where you're provided lab videos, demos, summaries to use with your students. And you're familiar with the name Flynn Scientific, you know that they're one of the top science providers for hardware, and the videos are second to none. Flynn Scientific also created 4 different versions of the labs that you'll see embedded within both programs. They're either going to be open-ended, guided, shortened, or advanced. Let's take a look at the difference between them for a second. So first, they are online. They're also editable, so you can change them, make them exactly what you need for your students, right? Because no matter what, you know your students better than anyone else. And if we take a look at this one, so you can see the top one is the guided version. The bottom one is the advanced version. It's the same lab. But remember, my period 1 is very different from period 5. We can see here that I still need the students to go through that same learning experience, but they just need some support. They need things to be slightly different. And that's okay. We've done that work for you. You notice here it says, in this lab, for the guided one, in this lab you will use tritation to determine the identity of a group 1 metal carbonate. For the advanced one, in this lab, students will identify the group of metal 1 carbonate, and they will determine using 2 complementary methods and change in mass due to CO2 and acid-base titration. Still the same lab with different levels of what students are doing, but also different levels of support that the students are getting. So that work has been done for you. And remember, since they are editable, can you still change them around a little bit? Of course, right? Because you know your students better than anyone else. So that was an example of one of the hands-on labs that we can do. What about some of the virtual labs, where students are able to go through these scenarios? So this can be assigned to the students individually. Maybe they're working on it in a group. But they're going through these experiences, and now that's saving me time from pulling out any of that lab equipment, right? This can be assigned to students directly within our platform, or if you're using Canvas, raise your hand if you're using Canvas. So this can be imported into Canvas, and your students don't have to go anywhere else, right? They will open this right within Canvas, and anything that they do within that lab notebook, right here, how they're filling out the table and going through gathering the data, the teacher is able to see both within our platform and within Canvas, because both systems talk to each other, okay? And that's not the only place they're analyzing data. You will see extra places, right, within the textbook, and extra analyzing data worksheets already created for you and your students. Let me see if I can move the mouse. Oh, okay, I can move my mouse. So up here, okay, so I'm looking at my teacher guide. I know it's kind of small, but there's a little plus button, little plus icon in green in my teacher guide that lets me know, oh, okay, if I have time, I can use this with my classroom. Or, did you notice that I haven't had to show you an honors separate book? That's because the honors is built into this core book. So you only need one for both classes. You don't have to learn 2 different books. It would be extra activities, like the ones with the plus, that go deeper and address those honors standards as well. Okay, so that's what I can do with my students in all of my classes just from that one book. And of course, now is when it zooms in, right? So that's that plus icon that I was mentioning earlier, right? So I can use that same resource core or for my honors class. Okay, as the students go through the different work activities, so for example, in modeling, so they have the interactive worksheets. And notice there's support for ELL students as well. I know that you have a lot of students that are transient, they move in and out because of the Air Force Base. So what kind of support is given to those students and the teachers as well? So the ELL support does follow the WIDA levels for language acquisition, okay, that we use here in Florida. So you know exactly what to do with your students. And there's something that I would like to point out is that it is very specific to that page I'm looking at. Every time that you see ELL support is going to be different because it is specific to that lesson, that skill, that activity the students are working on. So it's not generic. You're not just going to see things that say, oh, you should color code your notes. Yeah, we already know that. Okay. Oh, you should label things in your classroom. All right, yeah, I already know that also. So they're not generic support. It's very specific to what the students are working on. What about math support? So earlier we mentioned that, for example, physics is the application of math, right? Real world application of math, and they can see that. That math support in some other programs looks just like this. But what are they actually getting from that math support? Not much. So what we've done is made sure that the math support within our program goes along with multimodal support. So they're seeing it in different ways. So they can see extra sample videos. They're working with Desmos. They have math tutorials that they can go through. And you can pull those out at any time, right? So in case you need them, you know exactly where to go, okay? You also have physics. You'll notice you have that math skills workbook as well, okay? So Ty mentioned this earlier. Okay, the best way for you to evaluate the programs would be to use them inside of your classrooms. Okay, so go ahead and you can start using some of these resources right away, right? Without even having to sign in, because I have that physical version. Now, if you sign in, you'll be able to see all of the resources students are able to do, including automatically graded assignments. Okay, even for the math support. So whether you're doing them on our platform or in Canvas, it's automatically graded, and within Canvas, it will actually has that grade pass back. So it can go directly to your Canvas gradebook as well. So you saw the Flint Scientific partnership that we have for the programs. Does the name Desmos ring a bell for anyone? Right, so Desmos is used inside of like all the math classes, okay? Mostly starting at like 6th grade, okay? So my math teachers, they're very familiar with Desmos, and their calculator and their graphing tools are also in the state assessments, right? So built-in Desmos support is already there. Virtual Nerd as well. Those are math tutorial videos to support your students. But let's take a look at some of the other resources, like PhET simulations. Have you used PhET simulations before? Of course. But you've had to look for those PhET simulations to see when they match your lessons. Here, we've already done all that matching for you. So specifically where they're appropriate within those lessons, those PhET simulations are already imported. And again, now I can assign it directly to my students and get all of their information back as they're going through their different experiences. So we don't have to search anywhere else. It's all in one place, right at point of use. Does anyone use Bow Clips, flipping physics? So these are almost like flip videos where students can get some of the information in a different voice. Because you know how kids are. If they hear the exact same words from somebody else, they're like, oh man, Ty, like the way he explained it, excellent. And I'm like, I gave him that script. Like how, right? So here, let's look at a little bit.
Today we're going to look at graphs of waves.
Yay, I love graphs.
Right. Of course you do. Specifically, these 4 graphs of mechanical waves, which at first glance might look identical. However, it is very important that you understand the differences between them.
Flippin' physics.
They all look the same to me.
Yeah, they all have the exact same...
All right, but we saw they were labeled differently, right? So they mean different things. Kids don't see that right away, right? So he's going to go into it, give them background information, and it's presented in like a quirky way for the students, and they'll remember those things, right? Again, even videos can be assigned directly to students. So if somebody was absent, can I just assign them some of this work? Of course, right? So you can assign it to them directly. What about that e-text? So every single page in the e-text can be read out loud.
Limiting ingredients. In any recipe, an insufficient amount of any of the ingredients will limit the amount of product you can make.
Students are able to highlight anything within their e-text in different colors or annotations. So now that will be saved. You can see right here on that left side, they are time-stamped. Okay, so everything gets time-stamped. A new feature we added this year is the ability to translate anything that was highlighted as well.
En cualquier receta, una cantidad insuficiente de alguno de los ingredientes limitará la cantidad.
La cantidad que produce, ¿qué puedes hacer? I killed it. I had to finish that sentence, right? So, it's not just Spanish. I know there we did just Spanish. Over 100 languages it will translate to, or most have audio support, right? So no matter what your students are, like how they're getting to your classroom, everyone is able to participate. Here we're showing off some features where we grab different assignments and we're assigning these things automatically, these 5 different assignments automatically to the students simply by choosing the start date, due date. Notice that I got this question in middle school a couple days ago. Is anyone using Google Classroom? You're able to import your Google Classroom right here and assign to a Google Classroom so your students only go through Google Classroom. They don't have to go anywhere else, okay? So we're able to do that. Another feature that we added from talking to teachers was the ability to create a playlist. Now, what in the world is a playlist? Do you remember? You're too young. See, there are these things called cassettes, right? So in these cassettes, you had to like wait on the radio, press record and play at the same time. If you went too slow, you would get the right at the beginning of your song, but then the DJ started talking, right? So you made your custom tape with the songs you wanted, and if you wanted to share with your friend, you know, you do that double record, and you can hand them over that same mixtape, right? That's what a playlist is exactly like. I can put different resources from different lessons, from different chapters. Maybe you can upload your own documents, your own PowerPoints, your own photos. You can add outside links. Let's say I'm making some sort of STEM project, right? So I've put this playlist together, and then you're like, oh, Ricardo, that's such a cool project. Oh, no, I'm going to have to create these on my own. No, you don't. I can share that playlist with her. I can share that playlist with anyone in the district, okay? So saving that time so you're able to collaborate with other people outside of your school, right? It's not like anyone here is the only science teacher in their school, right? But now you can work with other people, right? So you can go ahead and share those, and in that one place you can use it to organize yourself and even assign those multiple things to your students. And that's what you want. You want students to be able to work together. Again, that phenomena we're able to revisit. We want our students to be able to go back and revise those claims as they've gone through different learning experiences. You'll notice there are authentic assessments as well. Remember, each period is different, so maybe with one of my classes, I want them to actually do a performance-based assessment versus a traditional one. You can go ahead and do that because they've already been created for you, and you can bring in a resource that we call Hook and Inspire that focuses on careers. Sometimes the kids don't know what is out there for them, right? If they do decide to go deeper into the sciences, they can go deeper with Hook and Inspire to get that information. Of course, all assessments are available on print. We can print them out. They're available digitally as well. The digital quizzes do have technology-enhanced items, so things like multiple choice, but also multi-select, drag and drop for categorizing, drop-down menus for your questions, and all of those are automatically graded, and you're able to get reports back on that. Even within Canvas, both systems are talking to each other. So you always have access to these reports no matter where you live, right? Including Google Classroom. You're able to see everything that's happening within your assignments and get some of these reports. So we can see right here at a standards view how the students performing per each of the standards. Or question analysis, which question should we debrief? Something happened with number 3 and 4. Mariah Carey missed that question. What's going on there? Right? So we know exactly where to give our students that support. A student analysis, which can all be exported into a CSV file. So if you need to have data chats, it's all saved in one place. Or I just need to see who scored 70% or look, 85% or higher. We can change that breakpoint and it will break up your class into 2 parts. Who scored, in this case, 85 or less, who scored 85 or higher. And we do have the ability to change the students into the different groups because, again, you know your students better than anyone else. Okay? And again, all of that is able to be exported. Okay, so you've seen some of those assessments. And you guys are familiar with ExamView, correct? Okay, so every single teacher does get a brand new ExamView test bank. Okay, so you're able to heavily modify anything you want to in there as well. Okay, scramble those questions, scramble even the answer choices, all those great things with 2 or 3 clicks. You now have 15 different versions, right, that you can use within your classroom. I mentioned this earlier, how we integrate with Canvas. So I do have a little video here. You can see I'm directly inside of my Canvas course where I'm able to import some of those resources once it's tied into the account. And it's right there. I want to say, yes, I'm teaching this. I'm going into Waves, Investigation 11. And I want to look at this virtual lab. Simply clicking import into any of these will bring it in. It'll bring it into your module, and they all live in one place. Okay, so same thing for the students. They click into it, and they do not leave Canvas at all. So again, we want to make sure that everything was student-centered. Again, I know you know how to read a textbook. I know you're going to go home and look at the chapter that's coming up, analyze it, look at the other publishers as well, but also I want to focus on those other resources for the students. Right? Making sure that they're staying within our classroom and they want to be in our classroom so they can see that science really lives outside of the 4 walls of our classroom. So why choose Florida Experience Chem and Physics? Because when they're observing phenomena, they start to understand the phenomena of what happened. And I bet you 100% that you'll remember the thing about the melted butter versus softened butter today, won't you? Yeah. And if you like those crispy cookies, you know exactly what to do now. When they're active, those are actually the expectations from the state. They start to become scientific thinkers, and like I mentioned earlier, now they're able to take that science outside of the 4 walls of our classroom as a real-world practice. Now, in front of you, I do have the demo login tab I mentioned earlier. It's actually already here as well. Okay, and this will actually give you access to the 4 high school titles. Okay, so biology, environmental, chem, and physics. And something that I'll mention right here is the fact that we believe that anything the district bought, you should have access to. So even if you're only doing, let's say, chem right now, you're still able to see things from physics, biology, environmental. Okay, so you always have access to everything. So you don't have to ask your neighbor, hey, what's your password? Can I look at your stuff? You don't have to do that. Okay, since you have access, you can assign different resources from other subjects to your students in case they need those type of refreshers, right? Okay, so with that, of course, I ask that you vote for Florida Experience Science because I like coming up here. Okay, first time I came up here was like 20 years ago, right? To Eglin, I was in the Air Force Reserve. That's how I had to pay for college. So with that, I want to ask, do you have any questions for me? Go ahead. Oh, yeah. I don't know why it was taken out of there. Yes, so every single lesson actually has a PowerPoint presentation that is editable. You can go ahead and change those if you need to, but they'll also have the teacher notes on the bottom, right, in the presentation mode. excellent question. Thank you for reminding me. Any other questions?
Well, thanks, guys. We appreciate it. We know once you start your review, you've actually started it, but once you continue your review and you use it in the classroom, you come up with questions, you can reach out to Tammy or Ryan, and they can get up with us and we'll be happy to answer those questions. I'm just living here in Panama City Beach, so I'm local. So anytime, you know, your district needs anything like that, I'll always be here for you guys and support you through the life of the adoption, and you all will. So we, as former teachers, appreciate everything you do and continue to do that. So thanks, and y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
All right, I want to thank Savas for coming out and visiting with us today. So we will take a break, and we will reconvene at 1:15. Few extra minutes, so this will save y'all some time at the end. So after today, the only two action items after today's presentation is February 13th. We'll need you to finalize your rubrics and Ed Credible. And then what I'll do is on the 14th, I'll go in and pull that data and look at the scores. And then on February 15th, we'll meet back in this room in person. It'll be a full day sub. Go ahead and secure your sub. We won't meet all day, but on that day, we'll come in here, we'll discuss the data, the rubric scores, and then that's where we'll actually rank out our publishers, okay? So I'll use chemistry as an example. I'll say, Choctaw, give me your number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay? And the reason we do that is the state of Florida, they haven't finalized their approved list yet. And so what we do is we say, okay, if our number 1 choice is not selected, right? The state of Florida says they're not eligible. We go to our second choice, then third, fourth, down the list. Typically, that's not a problem, but a couple years ago with math, we did hit that issue. And so that's why we rank them out now, because we take to the school board, what we take is an approved, state-approved publisher, okay? So on the 15th, I'll talk about the school voting process. So we'll narrow it down to our top 2 on the 15th, okay? And then we'll talk about facilitating a school vote at your school, and then that's how we decide which one is our number 1 and which one is our number 2, okay? So let's talk about the elephant in the room, the money, right? I know my chemistry folks, I know it's held together with duct tape and bubble gum right now, okay? So I'm gonna say this politically correct. So we will adopt and select. The impetus is, do we have enough money to purchase, okay? And that's a battle for Ms. Ellis and myself to go, try to work something out with finance on that. The state of Florida has changed how they funded textbooks, okay? So last year they gave us a designated pot of money, and they said, this is only for textbooks, okay? What they've done this year is they've taken away that project and just thrown it in the general budget, okay? So the goal is to purchase, but I will always go worst case scenario. So worst case would be we would adopt but not be able to purchase right away. It might be another year potentially, but the goal is to purchase, obviously. Okay. That being said, I know there's been a little discussion about biology and chemistry, so we might be able to do some negotiating on that. But I just like for everybody I like to be upfront with everybody as we go through this process. I always like to under-promise and over-deliver, and so that's kind of the goal of that statement right there. So, but for now, our 2 action items are February 13th, finishing the rubrics, and the 15th, we'll come back and be prepared to narrow down to our top 2, okay? If you have any questions on that for me, feel free to ask away. I may not have an answer, but I can see what I can find out. If there are no questions, when the other publisher is concluded, y'all be free to go. I definitely appreciate your time today. I know it's a long day. It's a lot of information. You guys have been great. Good questions, good conversations. So if you think of anything after this, feel free to email me or Miss Ellis or Miss Pearson, and we'll track down the info for you. So we'll be on break until 1:15.
curriculum, OpenStax for physics and chemistry and biology and anatomy, highly rated curriculum, high quality instructional materials is what the tag word is. A little background, it came out of Rice University. These authors are almost ubiquitous now in college, right? And so you can see by the size of the books and it's very content rich. It's going to have just an exhaustive list of topics that are covered in chemistry and physics. And so what's different, right? So that's kind of where I wanted to start is, of course, when you think about where we want to go and what do you want to be different? I mean, that's an important question to ask yourself, right? Are you just rating to see which of the ones available today are the best? Or do you have something in mind? Like, because you adopted a curriculum, 5 years ago? Right? Yeah, so, and have you been using the same thing each time? Like, did you get the same publisher? Like, did someone win twice in a row for 10 years? No? Do you want it to be different? Is that a fair question? Yeah? I mean, I'll full transparency, I don't know who you have right now. I could probably go look it up, but I'm just asking, do you want it to be different? Right, are you looking for something?
The person we haven't heard their they're not presenting.
They're not even presenting, yeah, so.
For chemistry, what we
yeah.
have is not being presented, so. Yes.
And that's fine.
They even make it.
Yeah, so.
Okay, so I looked it up, and
So
there's
you-
a 2019 edition.
Well, that's good. So you're getting something new, right? You're getting something new. Awesome. Okay. And I'm sure that you're looking for gold standard materials, right? You've got to. I mean, it's your district, and there's transparency, optics all around it. So high quality instructional materials. Now here's some of the whys. Okay. I'm just asking, which one jumps out at you? Because I'd like to know kind of what to talk about today, right? We talk about evidence-based practices, but again, if I tell you that, which I can, but in an hour, you remember which was it the first person that you talked to today or the last person? It all kind of sounds the same. Again, you can lean on your rubric, you can lean on the state of Florida and the short bid list and the adoption transparency frameworks there. Technology, you want it to be rigorous. I'm going to use my teacher pause here because I want someone to say something besides me.
Resources in general, whether it's technology-based or as part of it.
Fair enough, yeah. So resources, I mean, is that really, I guess when you think about who we're deciding for the kids, for our community, and for our teachers. And teachers, that's the new teachers, the next generation of teachers, the teachers who get, like me, can get frustrated by technology. So we need something that meets everyone where they're at, right? So let's just take a look at, and I know it says biology, but what I want to, maybe I should back up a second here. So OpenStax out of Rice University, again, college level material, and then the authors made the effort to create specifically a high school text for physics and chemistry and so on. It's an open education resource. Now today, you've heard from several publishers, and OpenStax is the only one, to my knowledge, on the list that's an open education resource.
What does that mean?
Perfect, I'm glad you asked. So open education resources are basically grant-funded nonprofits that come out of academia, and their sole focus is to create high-quality instructional lessons, right, based on the pure content of the standards, right? They don't have a marketing department. They don't have salespeople. They don't have engineers necessarily, right? They don't worry about print. They can't. That would be beyond the scope of what they do, because they also do great work at the university that they're working for. In mathematics, you see stuff coming out of Arizona State or Arizona with illustrative mathematics. In science, you'll see OpenStax from Rice University. So they've decided to sort of gift this, make it ubiquitously available to everyone in a digital format. So right now you could go to the website for OpenStax and you can see the content in a digital format, a PDF document. And we've seen PDF documents, they're not, it's there, but they're not all that friendly and that engaging, right? A PDF document. You can print it and you can look at it, but it's basically what you see there in the text. So then what happens next? So they have this content and they would love nothing more than for it to be implemented in classrooms. But they realize that for that to happen, we need some tools. And that's where Kidem comes into play. Okay, so we're a certified partner, and we partner with them to ingest that content into a usable format in the classroom, right? So you do have a choice. You can go to just print, where you would access the PDF documents, right? Or you can print those yourself at a cost, right here in Okaloosa, or you can purchase the print from a print provider, right? Or you can purchase a digital all-in-one solution that basically weaves in with the content itself. All right, and that's what I'm going to show you today, is kind of what's on the table for you. Now, the other thing I want to mention about open education resources is it's a little, it's kind of a summary or I guess a snapshot, but basically you just told me that you have your current curriculum is 20 years old, right, or 10 years old or whatever, right? So whatever you buy, I want you to fast forward 5 years, and you're going to be looking at the same textbook. Now, interestingly enough, I always joke about this, but when I was teaching math in Brevard County, every year, same thing, on textbook collection day, I'd get the books back, and it was just depressing to see about 20% of them come back looking newer than when I handed them out, right? They don't even have a crease in the side. It's like, are you kidding me? I should have a textbook check halfway through the year just to call them out and say, I want to talk to your parents, right? It's like they don't. So imagine if they open that book and you got a notification. Somebody actually opened their book, right? Imagine if you could see who in your class opened the book, right? That's the digital. So OpenStax and other similar OERs are transforming the textbook industry. And so 5 years from now, you're going to be married to a hardback textbook. You have the funds that are provided by the state to purchase that. If you purchase an open education resource, then guess what? They're not going to stop working. And then they're also not going to send someone like me to say, hey, do you want to buy today's edition, right? The next edition, next year, like there's a cool feature, it only costs this much more. You're going to have access to their full living body of work. The other important thing about open education resources is it's distributed under what's called a Creative Commons license. And that means that you have artistic license or editorial license. You can adjust the curriculum. You have a seat at the table. Everyone does. They want that. They want the feedback. They want to see, what would you do? They give you this core baseline of content, and then they invite you. You don't have to, but they invite you. Feel free. If you want to do better, if you want something customized for your district, for your kids, if you want to change the order, if you want to delete, if you want to edit, then you can do that. Okay? Why would you want to do that? I won't pause. One reason why you might want to do that is because in Florida, nothing ever changes, right? The weather and politics. And so what are you going to do? 5 years, you're just kind of awkwardly adjusting with your textbook. With open education resources, you're the owner, and it's a living, breathing partnership. Now, any updates that they have, their certified partners will be able to continually ingest that. The print partners, they put that to, like the one that you have there, they'll put it to print. They have sort of a static version, and then they might update it once a year. On the digital side, you get the latest and greatest, okay? And you also get embedded tools. So let's just look. This is the experience that you see. You can hold the textbook in your hand, but let's just watch just for a second here at this video, and I'll try to narrate through. The content is searchable. It's organized very easy for you to scroll through, drop-down menus. You can find the different chapters and preview everything from the vocabulary to teacher content. This is forward-facing. It's the book, right? Now, right there, you can see how you can do assignments. You can change, there's different buttons, and I'll show you this a little more in depth in a minute. But everything in there is made to be able to interface with the teacher, so that when you look at your textbook, imagine that you had, instead of sticky notes, you had a little edit button right there. And again, it's not that you need to, it's just that you can, right? That's a flexibility that you just won't get with a traditional publisher, okay? Whether you want to embed videos, anything that you would like to do, any resources. This is what teachers do, right? You stay up on Sunday night looking on Google trying to find something that's interesting and exciting and relevant, or go to Teachers Pay Teachers. People are scrambling because they want to bring their textbook to life. So in this case, you would actually be able to insert a video into the page that OpenStax has created, if you choose to. Or replace the video. I don't like that video, right? We live in Florida. We need to have a different video. I found one. Delete that one, put yours in. The kids don't know the difference. They don't know that you did that. Parents don't know the difference. You can do it. You can publish that version. You can publish it down from district down to teachers, or you can share it from a teacher level. Why else would you edit? Maybe you want to personalize it, right, for differentiation. For example, I'll show you one where there's a unit or a lesson where you're supposed to go through the content, you read, there's some great examples, there's a video from YouTube that's suggested, and it shows an instructor just explaining one particular part of the lesson. And then there's 2 open response questions. And if you were like me, you might assign that question to everyone in the class. And then on day 1, when you go to grade it, if it's digital, you don't have loose leaf paper and all those little rings on the floor of your carpet in your car. You have the ability to just go one question at a time and see all the answers and compare them. But what if you have some students who are struggling or have some accommodations, and you want to give them a different opportunity? In this platform, with the personalized button, you see that personalized, like this one right here, this lesson, you would basically, in seconds, transform those 2 questions into video response questions. And then you can assign them just to the ones you want. You can change it to audio, you can change it to a drawing, you can change it to a camera, and they can just hold their paper up like this to the camera, right? It's pretty darn cool. And the ability to do it in the moment, and then that is now a custom version of the textbook for that student, for that lesson, right? You don't have to say, everyone do this one except for Joe, come here, I did one for you separately, right? It's anonymous, and it's just a valuable tool. So probably if nothing else, for today, you have options. You have lots of high quality instructional materials that have been presented to you. They're all engaging, they're all well written. And my understanding is that this one is the one that lets you own it, edit it, so that in 2 years, you don't have to say, like, what do we do now, right? Okay, so yes, you'll see in the digital version, this is something you won't see in the print version, but you'll see these phenomena-based approach. That's the key buzzword, is phenomena-based, a question observable, an observable instance where you can actually collect evidence, you can see what happened, and they give you these, they've partnered with Labster to provide these really engaging virtual labs for chemistry and all the other topics, right? So you'll see some additional lessons. And again, it's embedded right there. So here's an example. So while they're, in the lesson, in the text, this is, an opportunity for them to be able to see something that just speaks to them. Textbooks, they just can't do this. Textbooks aren't enough anymore. Okay. The real world applications. And then, again, this is like the link to learning, visualize adding a chromosome that leads to Down syndrome in this video simulation. So there, you click on the video simulation, it'll come to life, and that'll be something for them. And then right below that slide, if this was in a synchronous moment in the classroom, then students would be able to do the activity and submit their work, and you can see how that works as well. So these are things like that are, you have this somewhere, right, in different places in your district. And I want to kind of go to that. Let me go to that slide. This is it, yeah. I love this slide because this is the world that we live in. And it darn near gives you a headache just to look at it, doesn't it? Right? And so what do you have? You have a print textbook, and then you say to your teachers, hey, don't worry, we got you covered. Here. Like, that's frustrating. That's frustrating. Right? And the district's invested in a lot of those circles. So what KIDM has done, and it's not just in science, it's in ELA and mathematics and soon to be social studies, is we've basically partnered with all of these open education resources and provided an opportunity to truly interact with the textbook, interact with the content, right? So that the teacher doesn't have to go to all these other places. Now, if you have Canvas, it integrates with Canvas. Schoology, it integrates with Schoology. Clever and ClassLink for rostering. All of the things that you don't want to have to reinvent the wheel on some things. But do you have to go to Kahoot? Do you have to? You don't have to, right? You can use KIDM. And do you have to use Nearpod? No, you can use KIDM, right? So what if you opened your book and it was Nearpod and and Kahoot and everything right there? That's the whole point. And it's a perfect combination because these open education resources need somebody to carry that lift. And we could just have you go and try to do the lift on your own, right? Which is your prerogative. But we've submitted with the state of Florida because we're really happy in this partnership with OpenStax. So this is what you can do with KIDM. The curriculum, personalization and management, you can reorganize it, like, hey, this is not, like in the middle school, this is not a 7th grade standard, we're going to argue, but the county next door says, yes, it is, right? Okay, what are you going to do? Well, you change it, you move it around, you just reorganize the content. You can publish different versions, and it's wonderful there. Communication tools, there's chat. I tutored a student in math using the KIDM platform, and guess what? There's a chat feature where I can enter a one-on-one chat. They took a screenshot of the work that they were doing, and they pasted it in the chat, just like on your phone, right? Like you would do in a text message. And but what it did is it serves as a memorialization, an artifact of the conversation that we had. Because what I did was I took his screenshot and annotated on it using the whiteboard that's included, and I pasted it right back. So there's a communication tool that's in the textbook, right? It's in the digital textbook. It's right there. No sticky notes, nothing like that. Classwork, synchronous and asynchronous. You can assign things for homework. You can assign them in the moment, and you can walk around the class, and you can see real-time data. Who's finished with question number 1? Who's finished with question number 7? And if they got question number 1 right or wrong while other kids are working on question 7. You can see that in your class, and then you can make decisions right there in the moment, okay? So again, it's the marriage between the content and the digital tools to help you be able to do things. Should you try to learn every skill all at once? No. No. If you do nothing else but just fall in love with OpenStax, you're going to be in a good spot. You're going to have a high quality curriculum that's going to be dynamic. It's going to be kind of hedging your bets for the next 5 years. But you also have the digital partner where for those who really want to dive in, that's great. If you want to do pencil and paper, there's a print button on every screen, okay? So,
Do you have to assign the digital stuff to the kids specifically, or does it automatically come up in their ebook?
so that's a great,
Like I pulled
yeah.
I have the sample one pulled up, and I'm just trying to find
Yeah.
digital connections between the
Sure.
student sample.
Let's take a look. There it is. Okay. So on the left side, wait, on your left side, that's the teacher, okay? Miss Fisher, and this is one of the students in the class. So Miss Fisher's class has just 5 students, and it has Grady over here. And over here, this is, that's Grady. So Grady's logged in, and he sees the chemistry class. And over here, the teacher can see their class. And if you want to go into a one-on-one session with Grady, over here, you can type in a message. And then over here, when Grady goes into the class, there's the message, right? Now, you can see the date, the timestamp, and everything. So this is, like at any point, if you know how to take a screenshot, which on the Mac, it's I think it's Control-Shift-4, and then you can take any screenshot that you want.
Yes.
And then guess what you do? You drag it and drop it in there, and you say, hey, Grady, what's up? Right? Like we talked about this in class, okay? Now, but your question was, and this was wonderful to see kind of like as an exemplar at a parent conference to say, hey, this is what, I recommend is to, when you struggle at home, tell me right then, right? It'll say midnight, and you'll be like, what are you doing, right? So, okay, let's go over here to the teacher again. We'll just cancel out of this. Notice there's groups. If the teacher can, let's see, go back here to classes, and there it is, chemistry, right? So let's go to the curriculum, okay? And we'll go into chemistry. I'm going to bring this, let me see if I can bring this over a little bit. Let me know if you have a favorite, right? How about, let's just get right into it. Writing and balancing chemical equations. Now, this is in your textbook. I think we have one floating around, and you also have a sample of it, right? So you should be able to match this up perfectly in your textbook. And what you might say is to everybody is to take your book home tonight, read this, and do these problems. So, and this is what it would look like on their screen. If you want to take a preview, you can see, just like the textbook, and then you would scroll down and see some examples. And then there's an interactive tutorial that's linked. And then at the bottom, you would see that this is simply the reading part. Now, here's the standards, the Florida standards, learning objectives, and whatnot. But if you assign this, you can choose which class you want to assign it to. And then you pick the due date and everything like that. And then it would basically become a homework assignment. For assignments, you can leave it open so they can try multiple times until they get it right, and they can use the chat and ask questions if they want, or simply have that there. Now, but what if we want to do it right now? Start the classwork. If I hit start classwork, then I'll choose my chemistry class and start the work. Look what happened. This is everyone in your class right now sees the word begin, and then they're interacting with that, right? Now on your teacher page, on your teacher device, you can see that Don didn't even start yet, right? And you can see that, or you'd be able to see kind of the progress through the assignments. If this was a 10-question assignment, then you could see those type of things unfolding. But yes, so you can assign it, and then you'll get that feedback in a formative way, because it's also, each question is tracked by standard. So you can actually see some summative and formative data without having to wait for some kind of a common assessment at the district, right? It's all trackable with plenty of reports and whatnot. Okay. So let's go back to the curriculum again, because I want to show you this. Let's just try one. I'm going to preview it. We've got the 3 standards, vocabulary, some examples. Actually, let's go to an exercise. Okay, writing and balancing equations. So what I'm going to do here, maybe do this during the planning period, is I'm going to preview this right now. I'm going to preview what the students would see when I assign this. If I assign it for homework, look at question 1. What does it mean to say an equation is balanced? There's their answer. They're going to type in the answer there. It's a text editor, just like what you would expect, right? But I'm not all that excited because every single one of them has those kind of answers. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go in here and personalize it right here. And I'm going to call this Okaloosa. And I'm going to confirm that. It immediately takes your textbook and flips it into edit mode, right? So now everything in your textbook that we just saw, it's the same thing. Now I can edit it. I can say, like, I don't even like question number 1, so I'm going to make it not student-facing, right? But look, question number 1 was a written response. What happens if I click on written response? You want to make it a different kind of question? How fast can you do that, right? Drag and drop, fill in the blank, or maybe something manually graded, right? So let's do a video response or just open-ended. Let's just leave it, or graphing, or drawing. Yeah, I want them to draw their answer. And then I could add an image, right? I can add something in there. Notice also what happens if I do that? It's going to be me in my face talking to the kids saying, hey, when you do this problem, please don't forget to do X, Y, and Z, right? Same thing for these. Sometimes there's like an explain your answer, and there's different tools that you can use. You can change, you can align it to a skill. So yes?
If you had those as written responses and you chose to change them into a multiple choice response, would it auto-grade, or do I have to grade it?
So if you do multiple choice, yes, it'll auto-grade.
But it already has a multiple choice option. Do I have to write out the options?
No, I think you might have to write out the options. I don't know how many of them have it pre-populated, but that's a great question. We can look at it here. If I change this to multiple choice, then Yeah, then you basically put in your choice. If you wanted to do that, you would type in the choices, and then you could make it create it, right, in that sense. So, and then you could create a version A and version B, right? So we'll do done here, and what I want to show you is that now you can always toggle between the original version and your group A, group B, video response, whatever it might be, and then when you look at the preview, you'll see the difference side by side is that this one has a whiteboard, it's ready for drawing. And look at the other one that we did, same question. This one had just enter your answer, right? So, so to the extent that you just become comfortable, and this is kind of what I mentioned earlier, is do you want to have to learn everything on the first go at it? No, but you just will have some comfort to know that if you did this, if someone did something like a lead teacher, your best teacher in the district, a group of teachers can actually personalize some of these and then push them out and say, hey, this is a nice way to look at it, right? What other questions?
So, I know that we can just go online to look at the textbook.
Yes.
But do we have access into this to review it?
You should absolutely have access to it, yeah.
I didn't get anything from
Okay.
them.
Okay.
Incredible has the.
Yeah.
If you go into Incredible, into
Yeah.
your view sample stuff,
Okay.
then page down into it, it gives you the URL to click on.
Yeah.
If there, I can't remember, but if there's a username and password, they're there also.
Yeah, and because that's what I would urge you strongly to go in and look at this. Now, honestly, like your first bite at the apple with this, you might, what was Don even talking about? But if you go to the curriculum, you should see that little triad of buttons up there, the assign and the classwork, the little eyeball for preview and the print for print. You could get a classroom set of hardcovers. Everyone has digital, and then you print if you want to, when you want to. You print version A, version B. You can make as many of those in that drop-down version that says OK1. You'll always have the original. You can have multiple versions of it. And, as you create them, they'll stay with you, right? So if you want to, if you have a printed common assessment from the district, you can just create it right here and put it in there. So how am I doing on time, Ryan? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, so at this point, I've given you kind of what I wanted to. I wanted you to see that, the value for the Kiddom and OpenStax platform is just that you have an organic, dynamic ownership of a curriculum that's not put to rest. In a couple years, all the publishers will start thinking what's NGSS doing now? And then they'll start getting to work, right? And so you can be sure that this group doesn't want to lose its funding, so they're going to continue to work and publish and keep that dynamic. So that's really all that I have now. But if I can gift you back 10 minutes, I saw the school bus drivers loading up, and I was thinking all right, I know there's a strategy here. What questions do you have?
Are there PowerPoints?
We typically have PowerPoints for all of our curriculum, and the OpenStax partnership is very new. So Kiddom is creating those PowerPoints. Now, what I want to show you is that I'm glad you asked that, because if I go here to this, let's see. So let's just go to a lesson. All right, this is 4.1, and this is the lesson. Now watch what happens when I personalize it. Okay, 1. Sorry, I'm just going to keep going. It's going to say the skills, and then the text, student-facing or not student-facing. So this is an opportunity right here for me to add a section. Now, I could add a Google slideshow, right? And that's what Kiddom's going to do. So this partnership, so if you look at our other offerings, if you go to the Kiddom website and say, hey, prove it, Don, you'll see that for all of our partnerships, we've taken their content and created forward-facing slideshows so the teachers can, even like a substitute, can go through the slides and it links to each engagement in the lesson, and it gives you the background content, I forget the term for it, but basically all the pedagogy behind it. Like, here's some anticipated responses, and here's how to help with the discussion. So you'll see that in the teacher notes. And again, the nice thing is because it's a Google document that's given out, it's editable. So at that point, what I've seen some districts do is if they do a training for science, or if they have an organization come in and do something for PD, then they can actually go in and highlight and and flag and spotlight certain slides, or add a slide in that says, here's the connection to what we're working on, right? If you have an initiative. So that ownership piece, we'll add the slideshows in. They're not there right now, full disclosure, but you'll see evidence of them in our other partnerships, and so that's what we're going to do for this one as well. So you should have that by the start of the school year. You'll have that. Does that make sense? Okay. Any other questions?
You may have already answered
Sure.
that, but is there offline capability? Can they download things?
So anything that's here, whenever we look at this, let's see, if we look at the chapter 4, here it's going to give you all of these in the original version, and you can save those and print them as PDFs. So if you were concerned, like I know that there's like weather events, right? And so all of a sudden now the internet's down for a while. So it could catch you off guard, but the answer is that everything is downloadable or printable, right? So it's not, you can't, like it's not on a disk, right? So it's not something that you'd have at your fingertips, right? Okay. Good? Well, thank you. Thanks very much. I enjoyed it. Looking forward to a nice drive in this weather, and I hope you have a wonderful day and enjoy the rest of the week. Thank you very much. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. If you have follow-up questions, Mr. Ryan is your person, and then he can get the questions to me. But yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely. I want to thank Kidem for coming out, and so this concludes our presentations, and I hope everybody has a